Welcome, dear friend. Tonight we gather quietly in the hush of evening to find rest in the presence of God. Let your shoulders relax, your hands rest loosely, and your mind settle as we take a gentle journey together. As you listen, you might notice the soft hum of a fan, the faint crackle of a fireplace, or the whisper of night air through a window. Allow these familiar sounds to guide your breathing steady and calm as we reflect on the quiet strength of the Lord. Before we begin, take a deep breath and let your gaze soften. If you are following along from your favorite chair or bedside, perhaps share this moment with a loved one or simply allow yourself this sacred time. Tonight, we'll move slowly, observing the small wonders around us, noticing how God's presence weaves through every ordinary moment, bringing comfort, hope, and peace. In the hush of evening, a soul whispers softly. The first light of candle flickers across the worn wooden floorboards, casting shadows that sway gently, as though breathing alongside you. The room is quiet except for the faint hum of a distant fan, the soft sigh of air moving through a slightly open window. Outside, leaves tremble in the night breeze, brushing against one another with gentle whispers that seem to echo the quiet stirrings within your heart. You sit in an armchair, the cushions embracing you like an old friend, and take a slow, deliberate breath. Your fingers trace the edge of a well-worn Bible, the corners softened by years of use, the pages faintly yellowed and delicate. Each letter, each verse, seems to hold a memory, a familiar rhythm of comfort. A subtle scent of warm tea rises from the mug beside you, mingling with the faint aroma of candle wax and evening air. Tiny sounds, the distant call of a night bird, a door closing somewhere in the house, create a soft soundtrack for your reflection, a gentle reminder that life, in all its small details, carries on steadily and calmly. Hands folded loosely in your lap, you allow the mind to wander, acknowledging quiet longings and unsaid prayers. Perhaps it is for forgiveness or reassurance, or the simple wish to feel a deeper closeness to God. Even as the heart hesitates, the act of quiet attention itself becomes a prayer, a soft offering rising upward, unhurried and sincere. You feel the subtle shift in awareness, a gentle reminder that even in moments of stillness, the Lord's presence surrounds you, unassuming, steadfast. Outside the window, a small bird flutters onto the branch of an old oak. Its wings pause mid-motion, catching a shard of moonlight. For a moment you feel the perfect timing of creation mirrored in your own quiet heart. The bird, the leaves, the candlelight. They each seem to nod, silently acknowledging the stillness, the yearning, the quiet hope. You allow a small smile to form, a tiny gesture of acknowledgement to God for simply being present in this moment, in this place, as it is. The notebook on the nearby table rests open, pages filled with brief thoughts, lines of gratitude or fleeting memories. Each scribble, each hastily noted verse becomes a testament to the small ways you notice God's hand in ordinary life. Perhaps there are words of thanks for the kindness of neighbours, the warmth of a sunbeam across the floor, or the taste of sweet tea on your tongue. The weight of the day lifts just a little, carried upward by the act of noticing, the small offering of your heart. A gentle sigh escapes as your eyes close, the body softening further into the embrace of the chair. Breath rises and falls, slow and steady, syncing with the subtle sounds outside, the rustle of leaves, the faint drip of water from an overhanging branch, the distant hum of the neighbourhood settling into evening. The heart, still carrying quiet longing, begins to feel a subtle peace, a recognition that in this very stillness, God is near. The longing does not need to be resolved tonight. It only needs to be offered, held gently, and received by the one who listens without hurry or expectation. Soft wind through trees. Your hands rest loosely in your lap, fingertips brushing the fabric of your blanket, feeling the texture, grounding you in the present. The candle's flame dances lightly against the wall, shadows moving like gentle companions, and you imagine that the flicker of light mirrors the quiet pulse of your heart, steady, unhurried, content to simply exist in God's presence. In this moment you are both observer and participant, the silent witness to creation, the recipient of mercy and the bearer of simple, faithful longing. You take another slow breath, noticing the air brushing against your cheeks, the faint scent of candle and tea mingling together, and the soft hum of life beyond the walls. In the gentle quiet, a prayer rises naturally, unforced. Lord, here I am. Thank you for this moment. Thank you for your nearness. The words are small, humble, yet they carry the weight of trust and hope. And in that trust, in the acknowledgement of your desire for closeness, the heart begins to settle, a soft warmth spreading from chest to fingertips, from mind to spirit, like sunlight spilling quietly over a calm field. Slowly, your awareness shifts outward again, noticing the subtle details, the shimmer of candlelight on a brass lamp, the slow, deliberate sway of the branches outside, the faint scratch of pen on paper from earlier thoughts. Each small observation is a reminder that God is present in these tiny acts, in these ordinary moments. The longing that began the evening does not vanish. Instead, it softens, folds into a gentle rhythm of presence and awareness. You feel a quiet anticipation for what the night might bring, a moment of prayer, of reflection, of gentle gratitude carried forward like a soft song through the hours. Soft rustle of leaves. As the room grows deeper in shadow, the candle flickers with steady light, and your body relaxes further, melting into the chair. The quiet longing of the heart is no longer restless. It is a gentle companion, a soft murmur of hope that God sees, God hears, and God is near. You close your eyes fully now, feeling the steady rhythm of breath, the calm weight of presence, and the gentle assurance that even in quiet longing there is rest, there is peace, there is divine attention. Even in the quietest hours, God's nearness can be felt. The soft glow of early evening lingers through the window, brushing across the worn wooden floorboards and the threadbare rug at your feet. A breeze drifts in, carrying the faint scent of pine from the yard outside, rustling the branches as if whispering an old familiar song. You lean back in your chair, feeling the gentle weight of the cushions, and close your eyes for a moment, letting the world fall away, leaving only the rhythm of your own breathing and the subtle, almost imperceptible pulse of life beyond the walls. A candle flickers at the edge of the table, the flame small but unwavering. Its light dances across a collection of modest mementos, a photograph of a family long gone, a small wooden cross that has travelled with you for decades, a simple cup of tea still warm beside your hand. Each object seems to hum softly with memory and care, reminders of the constancy of love, the quiet presence of God in the lives of those who came before, and in your own. You trace the rim of the cup, letting your fingers follow the curve, a grounding gesture, a silent meditation, a way of saying, I am here, Lord, and I notice you. Outside, the wind moves gently through the trees. One branch bends low, brushing against the window pane, leaving a soft scratch that blends seamlessly with the distant hoot of an owl. You imagine the owl watching over the night, a sentinel of sorts, steady and calm, reminding you of the watchful, protective presence that accompanies the faithful. In that moment, The longing of the heart is no longer restless. It softens, becomes a quiet ache, a gentle rhythm that can exist in stillness, carried by trust rather than demand. Your Bible rests open on your lap, pages slightly curling at the corners, ink faded by time but alive with meaning. You let your eyes wander across the familiar words, phrases brushing past like soft winds through the trees. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. The cadence of the words is itself a balm, the syllables rising and falling like the slow, deliberate tide of waves lapping at a quiet shore. Each verse carries a quiet invitation to linger, to trust, to rest. A small draught enters the room from the open window, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and distant flowers. It brushes across your cheek, lifting a strand of hair, and you notice the sensation in full detail. The cool touch, the softness, the reminder that even in the mundane, God's world continues to move with care and intention. You allow yourself to imagine the countless hands and eyes that have nurtured this earth. The same God who watches over these quiet streets also watches over your own heart. The longing that began as a silent ache now transforms into a gentle recognition. You are seen, you are heard, and you are known. A faint scratching sound draws your attention to the floor, where a small cat has padded in silently, curling up beside your feet. Its warmth seeps slowly into your legs, the slow rise and fall of its breathing harmonizing with your own. You reach down, gently stroking its fur, feeling the soft texture under your fingers. It purrs, a low, steady vibration, almost like a prayer without words. You realize that in these simple gestures, the divine is present, quietly threading its way through the ordinary, softening the edges of the day. The sky outside deepens to a dark indigo, sprinkled with stars that flicker with a light both distant and intimately close. You draw your chair a little nearer to the window and watch, letting your eyes wander across the constellations. You imagine the hands that placed each star, the vastness of creation cradling your small human longing. The world hums with quiet life. The rustle of leaves, the distant creak of a swing swaying gently in the night breeze, the soft rhythmic call of a night bird somewhere beyond the yard. Each sound reminds you of the constancy of God, of the delicate balance that holds every living thing, from the smallest insect to the mightiest oak. Your hands find the edges of the Bible again, and you lift it to rest against your chest. Fingers linger on the worn cover, tracing the outline of the letters as though absorbing some quiet wisdom through touch. Inhaling slowly, you feel the warmth of the room, the faint glow of candlelight reflected on your face, the deepening coolness of the evening settling through the window. Your heart, still carrying whispers of longing, now begins to feel a subtle peace, the kind that comes not from accomplishment or resolution, but from recognition and trust. God is here. God is near. You are not alone. The quiet continues, uninterrupted but alive, as if the room itself breathes alongside you. A soft scratch of pen on paper finds its way into your attention, and you jot a single thought. Thank you for presence, for patience, for nearness. The ink dries, the words permanent yet gentle, a token of communion, a way of speaking without haste, without noise, without urgency. You let the pen rest, feeling the simple satisfaction of an act completed, a small offering of your heart in a world that moves slowly and deliberately alongside you. A small clock ticks somewhere in the room, a quiet metronome for your thoughts. You listen, counting the soft intervals. and notice the gentle rise and fall of your own chest, the way your hands settle naturally in your lap. The longing, once sharp, has dissolved into a steady, rhythmic recognition. God is here. You have not been abandoned, nor have your prayers gone unnoticed. Even the most ordinary moments, sipping warm tea, tracing the edges of a photograph, watching candlelight dance, are infused with divine care. Outside, the night deepens further. A breeze lifts a few leaves into the air, swirling them lazily before they drift down again. You imagine these leaves carrying your silent prayers upward, lifted by the unseen hand that has always held your heart. The quiet is rich with presence. The soft rustle of fabric, the distant drip of water from a roof, the steady, unhurried rhythm of your own breath. Every small sensation is a reminder that life continues in care, in balance, in harmony, and that your own presence here in this gentle hour matters profoundly to the one who watches over all. Soft wind through trees. Slowly, your eyes drift closed once more, and the body relaxes fully into the chair. You allow the mind to rest, to observe without tension, to feel without striving. The candle flickers, the night breathes, and your heart becomes a quiet vessel for trust and acknowledgement. A simple prayer rises unforced. Lord, I am here, I notice you, I feel your nearness. The words are gentle, humble, and sufficient. Even in the dimness, even in stillness, the quiet presence of God fills the room, wrapping around you as if in a protective embrace. You feel warmth along your shoulders, a lightness in your chest, the faintest tingle in your fingers, evidence that the divine is both everywhere and intimately close. The longing of part one has deepened into something richer now, a soft certainty that your heart's yearning is welcomed, embraced, and heard. Your hands fold gently in your lap. The cat stirs slightly, settling its warmth more fully against you. Outside, the stars remain steadfast, small points of unwavering light in the vast indigo sky. And as you rest, your breathing slow and steady, a gentle understanding blooms. You are in the presence of the Almighty. You are safe. You are known. You are at peace. In the quiet ripples of life, God's calm guides every step. The night stretches softly beyond your window, deep and expansive, a canvas of navy blue sprinkled with tiny distant stars. Each one shines with a patient, steady light, as though the heavens themselves breathe quietly, unhurried, watching over the world below. The wind moves in gentle currents, rustling the leaves and carrying the faint scent of lavender and wet earth. A quiet reminder of the beauty of creation's smallest details. You lean slightly forward in your chair, feeling the texture of the wooden armrest beneath your fingers, grounding yourself in this gentle, deliberate world. The candle at the corner of the table flickers with a slow, peaceful rhythm, casting elongated shadows that stretch across the floor like soft fingers. The flame trembles slightly, but it never falters, reminding you of the quiet persistence of light in darkness. You notice the small imperfections in the room, the chipped edge of the tabletop, a threadbare patch in the rug, a photograph slightly askew on the wall, and you feel a gentle sense of comfort. Life is not perfect, yet it is rich with presence, with care, with the unseen hand of God guiding each detail, unnoticed yet steadfast. A soft rustling outside draws your attention to the garden, where a small patch of daisies bends in the evening breeze. The petals sway slowly, almost as if in silent prayer, whispering their fragile beauty into the night. You imagine each petal a quiet testament to the Creator's hand, delicate yet resilient, reflecting the same quiet strength that carries you through your days. The long shadows of the flowers stretch across the lawn, reaching toward the fading light of dusk, a reminder that even in transition, between day and night, activity and rest. There is calm, there is order, and there is a constant presence that never fails. Your eyes drift to the small table beside you, where an old cup of chamomile tea still releases wisps of fragrant steam. The warmth rises gently, a soft curl that brushes against your fingers and nose. You inhale slowly, letting the aroma settle into your chest, mingling with the quiet of the room. Each sip is deliberate, a meditation in itself, a simple act of care and mindfulness. It is in these small gestures, the holding of a warm cup, the slow turning of a page, the noticing of light and shadow, that the presence of God becomes tangible. You feel the subtle pulse of life, the quiet heartbeat of creation, aligning with your own breath, your own rhythm, your own stillness. Outside, the stars seem to shimmer with more intensity as the night deepens. You catch the occasional blink of a faraway satellite or the subtle trace of a shooting star, fleeting and beautiful. You pause, letting your heart follow the brief streak of light, imagining it as a whispered blessing, a quiet assurance that your prayers, your thoughts, your very presence here are seen and held in the expanse of the universe. The night hums with gentle life, the distant murmur of a brook, the soft rustle of tree branches, the faint hoot of an owl, and each sound weaves into a tapestry of comfort and calm, inviting you to settle deeper into your own stillness. Your hands find the edges of the Bible, resting open on the page as if waiting for your attention. Your eyes trace the lines slowly, absorbing not only the words but the cadence of their rhythm. He leads me beside still waters. He restores my soul. He guides me in paths of righteousness for his name's sake. The repetition of these sacred words is a quiet melody, a lullaby for the soul. You let each phrase wash over you, feeling a deepening serenity with every syllable. The sense of being gently cradled by something far greater than yourself. The soft scratch of pencil against paper draws your attention again. You make a few notes writing down small observations, thoughts of gratitude, silent prayers, lines from memory, fragments of hymns that linger in your mind. Each mark is deliberate, a small offering of presence, an acknowledgement of both the ordinariness and the sacredness of the evening. You notice the way the pencil moves across the paper, the way the graphite leaves its gentle trace. A quiet reminder that even the smallest acts can carry meaning when done in mindfulness and care. A faint gust from the open window lifts a few pages of your notes, rustling them softly. You pause, letting them settle, listening to the whisper of paper against wood. It is as if the room itself breathes alongside you, each element a participant in the calm rhythm of life. The temperature shifts slightly as the breeze brushes your skin, and you welcome the subtle change, the quiet awareness of being alive, present, and held within this gentle space. The candlelight flickers once more, sending delicate shadows across your hands as they rest in your lap. You feel the small cat from part 2 shift its weight slightly, curling closer, and you reach down instinctively, stroking its back with slow, measured movements. The cat's soft purr reverberates against your palm, a soothing vibration that blends seamlessly with the rustle of leaves and the distant call of night birds. This simple act, small in every outward sense, becomes a conduit for noticing, for presence, for gratitude, for God. Your gaze drifts to the window again, watching the darkened trees sway in rhythm with the wind. A single branch taps lightly against the glass, a reminder of the constant motion in the world beyond, even when all seems still. You imagine the Creator watching over these trees, the flowers, the birds, and also over you, quietly, patiently, lovingly. Each breath becomes a prayer, each blink a recognition of life, each heartbeat a steady affirmation that you are not alone. The evening deepens into night, the stars bright and patient, the shadows in the room lengthen and soften. You feel the weight of the day settle away, replaced by a gentle awareness, a quiet joy in small details, the warmth of the blanket around your shoulders, the faint smell of burning wood from the fireplace, the soft hum of distant insects, the slow rise and fall of your chest as you breathe in harmony with the world outside. You realize that the same God who holds the heavens, who places each star in its orbit, also cradles your own heart with tender constancy. A slow tapping sound reaches your ear, the rain now brushing lightly against the window pane, gentle and rhythmic. You close your eyes, letting the droplets compose a lullaby for the soul, a reminder that even in solitude the world moves with care, with order, with a quiet attentiveness that mirrors the love of the divine. Your body relaxes further into the chair, your hands fold naturally in your lap, your mind softens, and a gentle gratitude blooms quietly, without urgency, without expectation. You feel a subtle warmth spreading through your chest, a quiet acknowledgement that the still waters of this night, of this moment, reflect a deeper presence, steady and unwavering. Thoughts of worry or longing drift past like leaves carried by a river, noticed but ungrasped, passing through the mind and settling again into calm. You whisper a soft prayer. Thank you for this peace, for your nearness, for the gentle watch over all things. And the words feel sufficient, complete and true. Soft rain on the window. Slowly, the candle flickers one last time, the flame steady and bright against the darkened room. The cat sighs and shifts into a deeper rest, and you allow your own eyelids to close fully, breathing with the rhythm of the night. Outside, the stars hold their silent vigil. The trees sway with patient grace, and the quiet presence of God enfolds you completely. Here, in the stillness, you are known, you are safe, and you are loved. A quiet light enters softly, guiding the heart toward peace. The evening air has settled into a gentle hush, carrying with it the faint aroma of pine and the distant sweetness of honeysuckle. Outside the window, the garden seems to hold its breath, the soft sweep of shadows blending with the muted glimmer of the stars overhead. Each leaf on the low-hanging branches moves in slow choreography with the breeze, casting intricate patterns on the earth, delicate and fleeting, yet full of grace. You notice the soft creak of the wooden porch beneath your feet as you step outside, the cool air wrapping gently around your shoulders, a tender embrace from the night itself. A single lantern flickers on the porch, its warm glow spilling onto the stones below, forming a path of soft gold that draws the eye and the heart. You take a careful step forward, feeling the uneven texture beneath your shoes, and notice a small snail inching across the stone, leaving a silvery trail that catches the light briefly before vanishing into the darkness. There is no rush here, no urgency, only the slow, deliberate rhythm of life and the quiet attentiveness of God to the smallest of details. You breathe deeply, letting the scent of the earth and the faint perfume of evening blossoms fill your lungs. The air carries a faint chill, yet it is comforting, as though the night itself is wrapping you in a gentle reminder of care and presence. The world feels vast and intimate all at once, the distant hills fading into shadow, the trees whispering with each tiny motion of their branches, the wind weaving soft melodies through the grass. You notice how the stillness encourages each small sound to be heard, a cricket's faint call, the rustle of a leaf, the distant drip of water from a gutter. In this subtle symphony you feel connected, watched over and guided without effort. Your hands brush against the rough edge of the porch railing, grounding you, reminding you of the texture of life and the steady reliability of God's presence. You trace the grooves slowly, mindfully, letting each touch become a silent prayer, each movement a meditation on care, attention, and gentle guidance. The lantern flickers again, sending soft shadows that dance across your hands and face, reminding you that even in stillness, light is always moving, always present, shaping and comforting. From the garden, a soft rustling draws your gaze to a small bird perched on the railing, feathers ruffled slightly by the evening breeze. It cocks its head, observing you with quiet curiosity, before fluttering softly to a nearby branch. Its wings beat lightly, brushing the air, and you notice how effortlessly it moves, how delicately it interacts with the world. There is a lesson in this ease, a reflection of the care that shapes every life, every motion, every moment, an echo of the Creator's hand in the simplest of gestures. You move closer to the lantern, letting its warmth brush your skin as you settle into the quiet of the evening. A small notebook rests on the table beside it, pages slightly curled from the night air. You open it and begin to jot down thoughts, prayers, lines of gratitude, or fragments of scripture that float gently to mind. Each word flows slowly, deliberately, each letter formed with intention. You pause occasionally, lifting your gaze to the trees, the lantern, the soft shimmer of starlight on the garden path, letting the scene infuse your thoughts with calm clarity and quiet reverence. The wind picks up slightly, carrying with it the soft hum of distant water from the nearby creek. The sound is gentle, rhythmic, a steady undercurrent beneath the hush of the night. You imagine the waters moving over stones and fallen leaves, small ripples catching fragments of moonlight, each glimmer a quiet witness to the constancy of creation and the patient care of God. You feel the pull of this rhythm in your own chest, a gentle alignment with the world, a quiet tuning of heart and breath to the larger melody of life. A flicker of movement catches your eye. A rabbit emerges from the underbrush, pausing to sniff the air before hopping softly across the yard, leaving tiny impressions in the dew-laden grass. You smile quietly, observing without intruding, feeling a deepened sense of gratitude for the small miracles that populate even the simplest nights. In each subtle motion, each creature's careful steps, you perceive a pattern of attentiveness, a whisper of divine constancy that sustains all life in quiet but unbroken care. You lean back gently, feeling the cool wood of the bench beneath you, the warmth of the lantern against your shoulder, the soft night pressing close like a comforting quilt. Your hands fold naturally in your lap, and your gaze lifts slowly to the stars, allowing the quiet light to settle in your mind. Every flicker of illumination, every glimmering star, every shadow that moves across the earth becomes a small reflection of God's presence, a reminder that light and guidance are constant even when subtle, even when unnoticed. The notebook lies open, filled now with small meditations, moments of gratitude, brief prayers, observations of the gentle world. Each mark is a reflection of attention, a sacred witness to the evening, to the quiet grace that surrounds you. You feel a sense of quiet assurance that these small acts, writing, noticing, breathing, watching, are part of a larger tapestry of care, interwoven with patience, love, and steadfast presence. The lantern flickers once more, the warmth spilling across the stones, blending softly with the moonlight that drifts through the trees. The air carries a faint chill, which only serves to make the warmth more precious, more intimate. You draw the blanket closer over your shoulders, the soft wool brushing your skin, grounding you in the moment. You close your eyes briefly, letting the quiet, the light, the small sounds of night fill every corner of your awareness, letting the Creator's presence become palpable, intimate and serene. Soft wind rustling through the trees. You open your eyes again, noticing the subtle sway of the lantern flame, the gentle tilt of the branches above, the faint shimmer of starlight on dew-laden petals. A quiet joy arises, not loud, not demanding, but gentle, steady and sustaining. You feel your heartbeat settle, your breathing align with the rhythms of the night, your mind attuned to the calm constancy of God's presence. In this space, small gestures, a sip of tea, the turn of a page, the soft stroke of a paw, become acts of reverence, quiet prayers, affirmations of love and care that flow both ways, outward and inward. Time stretches softly. You notice the shifting shadows, the small flickers of light, the subtle harmony of sounds around you. The night is alive yet hushed, vibrant yet restful, each moment carrying a whisper of reassurance, a gentle promise that you are known, safe and held. The simple, deliberate act of sitting, noticing, being present, and opening your heart to this quiet world becomes an offering, a small bridge toward deeper understanding, toward peace, toward the still, unwavering presence of God. You fold your notebook gently, placing it beside the lantern. The rabbit has disappeared into the brush. The bird has flown to its hidden nest, and the lantern casts a final, steady glow across the path. Your chest rises and falls slowly, each breath a quiet echo of the larger, patient rhythm of creation. You whisper softly, a prayer not for words, but for presence. Thank you for this light, for this night, for your quiet nearness. And in that whisper, you feel the soft, encompassing embrace of divine care, steady, patient, and serene. Soft whispers of the night invite your soul to linger in peace. The night has deepened, and the air feels cooler, carrying the faint scent of pine needles and the damp sweetness of earth after a passing shower. You remain on the porch, lantern casting a gentle glow that stretches across the weathered wooden boards, pooling softly onto the grass beyond. The faint rustle of leaves moves in rhythm with the slow sighs of the wind, a delicate murmur that seems to whisper directly to your heart. Each sound feels magnified in the stillness, the distant croak of a frog near the creek, the subtle stir of night insects, the far-off echo of an owl calling to its mate. Your eyes follow the shadows that sway with the lantern's flame, creating soft, transient shapes that drift across the porch and into the garden. It is a quiet dance, unhurried and delicate, like the tender brushstrokes of a painting made by the hand of the divine. You notice a small chipmunk emerging from the underbrush, its tiny paws careful as it navigates the dew-laden grass. You watch, barely breathing, as it pauses, lifts its nose, and then scurries to a hidden nook, leaving behind a small disturbance in the stillness. In its fleeting presence, you sense the gentle persistence of life, moving quietly yet confidently in the world, sustained by unseen care. Your hand rests on the cool surface of the railing, feeling the subtle grooves etched by time and weather. The wood is familiar, grounding, a tangible reminder of the enduring presence of the world around you. You draw a slow, deep breath, feeling the crisp night air fill your lungs, and exhale with an almost meditative rhythm. Thoughts drift in and out of your mind. Memories of quiet mornings spent in prayer, afternoons listening to birdsong, evenings watching the sun dip below distant hills. But each thought is soft, unobtrusive, like clouds passing gently across a summer sky. A lantern flickers slightly as a soft breeze brushes past, sending a tiny dance of shadows across your hands. You notice the small details, a leaf caught in the wind spinning slowly to the ground, the reflection of starlight on the droplets of dew that cling to the blades of grass, the subtle, unhurried way the night stretches over the garden, enveloping it in a calm that feels sacred. In each observation, there is a quiet reassurance, a gentle affirmation that all is held, all is tended, and every small movement carries a purpose. You pick up your notebook again, pen poised to capture fragments of thought and prayer. Words come slowly, almost as if whispered from the stillness itself. Gratitude for the warmth of the lantern, wonder at the quiet motion of the creatures around you, trust in the steady presence of God, whose care extends to every shadow and every flicker of light. Each word, carefully formed, becomes a small offering, a bridge between your heart and the divine. You pause often, letting your gaze drift upward, tracing the patterns of stars that glimmer faintly through the branches overhead. The night wind carries subtle melodies, leaves brushing together, the low hum of crickets, the faint gurgle of water from the creek. You listen, allowing the sounds to weave together in a tapestry of calm, each note a gentle reminder of constancy, of rhythm, of life quietly persisting and flourishing. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sounds of the night wash over you, each breath aligning with the subtle pulse of the world around you. In the hush, you feel a soft presence near, the quiet assurance of guidance, comfort, and protection. A moth flutters near the lantern, its delicate wings catching the light before it drifts away into the darkness. You follow its flight with your eyes, feeling an inexplicable peace settle within. There is a rhythm to the night, a quiet order, and in it you sense a reflection of God's care, gentle, unobtrusive, steadfast. You think of the times when life has felt overwhelming, when the weight of worries pressed heavily upon your chest, and yet here in the quiet you recognize that presence remains, subtle, patient, unwavering. You trace the rim of your cup of warm tea with your fingers, feeling the heat seep through the ceramic into your palms. The aroma of chamomile rises softly, mingling with the night air, and you sip slowly, deliberately, letting the warmth fill your chest, soothing and grounding you. You watch the steam drift upward, twisting and curling in the lantern light, a miniature dance of vapour that mirrors the larger rhythms around you. In this simple act, breathing, sipping, noticing, you sense a connection to something far larger, a gentle echo of divine care in the ordinary. The garden seems almost suspended in time. Shadows and light play across the foliage, and the distant hills are barely visible under the faint glow of the moon. A gentle cricket chorus hums softly, punctuated occasionally by a lone night bird. You lean back on the porch chair, feeling the familiar grain of the wood, the steady glow of the lantern, the slow, deliberate pulse of the night. Each breath deepens, each exhale releases tension, and you feel the quiet satisfaction of a mind tuned to presence rather than worry, trust rather than doubt. Your gaze drifts to the path winding through the garden, and you notice tiny footprints, perhaps a hedgehog, perhaps a stray cat, that speak of life continuing unnoticed, persistent and patient. You imagine the careful attention it takes to navigate such a world, and in it you recognize a reflection of your own spiritual journey. Small steps, deliberate, often quiet, but guided and held in a larger care. The thought brings a gentle smile to your lips. a soft reassurance that progress need not be loud to be true. A breeze stirs the top of the trees, carrying with it the faint scent of jasmine from the neighbour's garden. You close your eyes briefly, letting the mixture of fragrances, sounds and warmth envelop your senses. You feel your heart beat slow, the steady rhythm of life around you syncing with the subtle pulse within. There is a profound softness in this alignment, a quiet realization that even amidst life's complexity, there is an ever-present simplicity, a steady hand, a watchful and tender presence guiding you with patience and love. Soft wind through pine branches. Time seems to stretch gently, each moment lingering longer than the last. You pick up your notebook once more, tracing the final lines of the evening's reflections. Each stroke of the pen is measured, mindful, a gentle echo of the calm that has settled around you. You feel a quiet joy, a deep gratitude and a tender peace, a sense that all is in its place, all is watched over, all is held in the soft, unwavering embrace of God. As you lower the notebook, the lantern flickers one final time, spilling its warm glow across the porch and garden. You take a slow, deep breath, feeling the weight of the night and the light of the stars mingle within your chest. Your hands rest gently in your lap, your gaze softens, and your mind drifts in the gentle folds of the evening. There is no rush, no demand, only the quiet, tender assurance that you are known, you are safe, and you are loved. In the quiet of dusk, your heart finds gentle company with God. The sky is softened into hues of lavender and muted gold, the sun dipping slowly behind the distant hills. Shadows stretch across the meadow, elongated and fluid, curling gently over the grasses and wild flowers that sway with the evening breeze. You walk barefoot along the dewy path, feeling each blade of grass and the cool earth beneath your feet. The touch is grounding, a quiet reminder of presence, of the life surrounding you, nurtured and steady. Each step is deliberate, slow, like a prayer in motion, a movement that bridges the world around you with the inner sanctum of your heart. A small creek meanders nearby, the water glinting faintly with the last light of day. Its gentle babble is rhythmic, soothing, almost like a soft song meant for weary souls. You pause to let your hand skim the water's surface, noting the tiny ripples that form and fade, delicate and ephemeral. Each ripple seems a reflection of your own thoughts, fleeting, subtle, yet touched by a greater source, carried forward by the current of something unseen yet unceasing. The air carries a mingling of scents, earth, moss, the faint perfume of evening blooms, and you inhale slowly, feeling the fragrance settle within, calming the restlessness that lingers from the day. In the distance, a pair of cardinals flit between branches, their soft calls a gentle punctuation in the twilight. You watch them, silent, letting their presence instill a sense of wonder. The quiet rhythm of nature continues around you, the subtle rustle of leaves as a gentle wind brushes the trees, the low hum of cicadas awakening in the cooling air, and the faint trill of a solitary frog responding to its mate across the pond. All of it forms a tapestry of stillness, each sound and movement a quiet testament to order, care, and the presence of the divine in the minutiae of creation. You find your favourite spot beneath the old oak tree. It's sprawling, branches sheltering you like a protective embrace. Sitting there, you notice the soft texture of the moss beneath your fingers, the way the tree's roots emerge and disappear into the earth with a natural, unhurried rhythm. Each detail is an invitation to mindfulness, a reminder that attention to the small wonders is itself a form of worship, a recognition of God's careful hand in every fold of the world. You take out your journal, pen poised, letting your thoughts flow slowly as though each word is guided by a tender hand, a subtle dialogue between your soul and the Creator. Your reflections meander gently, like the creek nearby. You think of the day's moments of quiet kindness, a neighbour offering a smile, the brief warmth of sunlight on your skin, the soft cooing of a dove perched just beyond the porch. Each memory is a note in a quiet symphony, each small act a soft echo of God's presence. You write slowly, savouring the rhythm, letting the pen move with intention, noting the simple beauty in ordinary actions. There is no hurry, no pressure, only the steady grounding pulse of life, each beat a gentle reassurance that you are part of a larger, loving design. The evening deepens further, and a crescent moon rises, silver light spilling across the meadow and tracing the curves of the hills. Your eyes follow its path, and you feel a soft peace settle in your chest, the quiet warmth that seems to radiate from the world into your very bones. You breathe deeply, noticing how your heartbeat aligns with the subtle pulse of nature, the flowing creek, the soft rustle of branches, the distant song of night birds awakening. The interconnectedness is almost tangible, a gentle reminder that all is held, all is watched over, and that nothing escapes the care of God. You glance at the fire pit nearby, embers glowing softly, a warm orange in the growing blue of night. You light a small candle to join the fire's warmth, watching the flickering flame dance in the night air. Its glow is steady, not hurried, casting soft shadows that move gently over your notebook, the tree trunk, and your hands. You sip slowly from a cup of warm herbal tea, inhaling its calming aroma, feeling the heat spread slowly through your chest and into your fingers. It is in these small acts, the gentle sip, the watchful gaze, the soft warmth of flame, that the evening reveals its tender lessons, patience, presence, and quiet gratitude. From the corner of your eye, you notice a rabbit emerge cautiously from the underbrush, pausing to sniff the air, ears twitching. You remain perfectly still, letting it explore in safety. It moves slowly, deliberately, and then disappears back into the shadows. The encounter is fleeting, yet it leaves an impression, a reminder that life persists in quiet ways, unobserved by most, yet cherished and sustained by the Creator. You lean back against the tree, feeling the steady support of its trunk, and let your thoughts drift to the simple yet profound joys of the day. Warmth, light, breath, and the assurance that you are never truly alone. The lantern and candlelight illuminate your journal as you finish a line of reflection, closing the book with a deliberate, soft motion. The night continues its slow unfolding, the wind's gentle brush, the subtle chirp of crickets, the distant call of an owl. You breathe in tandem with these rhythms, your chest rising and falling in harmony with the gentle pulse of the world. Each inhalation carries calm, each exhale releases tension. You feel the deep satisfaction of presence, the soft conviction that even the smallest gestures, the tiniest moments of awareness, are themselves a communion with the divine. Soft cricket hum by the creek. Finally, you rise slowly, careful not to disturb the fragile stillness. You stretch gently, feeling the night air brush against your skin, soft and encouraging, carrying with it the scent of pine, earth, and distant blooms. The world is hushed but alive, each sound, each movement, a quiet reassurance that life continues, tenderly and purposefully. You take one last, lingering glance at the moonlight across the meadow, committing its serene beauty to memory, to heart, to soul. Under the gentle glow of moonlight, your heart finds rest in God's presence. The night has fully descended, wrapping the world in a soft, velvety cloak. Shadows stretch and fold across the meadow, gentle as a lullaby, while the crescent moon hangs low, silver and calm, tracing delicate arcs across the horizon. A faint mist rises from the ground, curling slowly around the bases of the trees, softening their trunks and branches into tender shapes that almost seem to breathe with you. Each inhale is cool and fragrant, carrying the scent of damp earth, pine, and the distant perfume of evening blooms. Your footsteps are hushed on the soft grass as you wander, letting the stillness enfold you. Nearby, a small brook murmurs quietly, the water sparkling faintly as it traces a winding path through the darkness. You pause to run your fingers along its surface, feeling the coolness ripple against your skin. Each touch is a quiet conversation, a subtle connection with the world around you, reminding you that even in the stillness, life flows sustained and watched over. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, moving with delicate precision, their patterns almost invisible in the silver light. In their calm, purposeful movements, you sense a reflection of divine care, an assurance that every life, no matter how small, is held tenderly in God's hands. The soft call of an owl drifts through the night air, punctuating the silence with a gentle note of vigilance. You hear the distant rustle of leaves as a breeze slips through the branches, carrying with it a hushed symphony of sound. The quiet chirp of crickets, the subtle splash of water against smooth stones, and the whisper of the wind brushing against the meadow grass. Each sound is a subtle rhythm, a soft heartbeat of the world that invites you into a deeper awareness of the present moment. You take a slow, steady breath, letting your chest rise and fall with the cadence of nature, feeling an intimate connection with everything around you. Sitting beneath the wide boughs of an ancient oak, you rest your back against the sturdy trunk. The bark is rough beneath your fingers, yet comforting, grounding you. You watch as fireflies flicker gently in the darkness, their soft glow appearing and disappearing like tiny lanterns in a quiet parade. Each light seems to pulse with a gentle intention, a soft reminder that even in the darkest hours, there is illumination. You reach out, letting your fingers brush against the cool evening air, and imagine the same light touching your heart, quieting your worries and filling you with a sense of divine presence. Your thoughts drift to moments of the day that carried unexpected grace. A neighbour's smile across the yard, the warmth of sun on your face during a brief walk, the tender touch of a pet resting beside you. Each recollection is a subtle hymn of gratitude, a gentle acknowledgement that God's care manifests in countless small ways, often unnoticed yet profoundly sustaining. You write quietly in your journal, letting words flow slowly, deliberately, almost like soft prayers whispered into the night. The ink forms soft patterns on the page, each stroke a bridge between your inner life and the divine presence that surrounds you. In the distance, the silhouette of a lone deer emerges from the underbrush. It pauses, ears alert, eyes reflecting the moonlight. You remain utterly still, noticing the delicate grace in each movement, the quiet dignity of its presence. The deer's calm vigilance is a lesson in awareness, in patience, and in trust. Without words, it teaches that safety, peace, and guidance are present when one remains attentive, humble, and open to the world around them. You watch until it disappears again, leaving only a faint rustle behind, a whisper of nature's ongoing care. The moon climbs higher, bathing the meadow in serene light. You notice the dew beginning to form on the tips of grass blades, tiny prisms reflecting the subtle silver of night. Each droplet holds a miniature world, fragile and perfect, and in them you sense a quiet parallel to your own life. Small, luminous and watched over by a gentle hand. You cup one carefully in your palm, letting it slip through your fingers, feeling a soft reminder that life is fleeting yet precious, and that each passing moment carries significance beyond what the eye can see. Sitting cross-legged on the cool grass, you close your eyes and inhale deeply. The night air is rich and soft, carrying with it the soothing weight of stillness. You feel your pulse slow, your shoulders release tension, and your thoughts settle. In the depth of this quiet, a profound sense of peace unfolds, gentle and unhurried. You whisper a prayer of thanks, allowing each word to drift into the open night, knowing that in the act of speaking, the prayer itself brings comfort. The simplicity of this communion, the quiet presence of God in the whisper of wind and shimmer of moonlight, fills you entirely. Soft wind rustling through leaves. A candle flickers nearby, casting gentle shadows that sway across your journal and the ground around you. You watch the flame for a long moment, mesmerized by its soft movements, its steady, persistent glow. It mirrors the quiet constancy of God's care, a light that neither falters nor fades, even in darkness. You sip slowly from a cup of warm tea, the gentle heat radiating through your hands and chest, carrying with it a sense of nurturing and restoration. Each sip, each glance, each quiet breath is a deliberate act of presence, a recognition of the ongoing intimacy between your life and the divine. The distant sound of an evening bird's call drifts across the meadow. You listen without expectation, allowing it to become part of the night's soft chorus. Your heartbeat synchronizes with the rhythm of the world, the gentle lap of water, the sighing of the breeze, the subtle pulse of life in every corner of the meadow. In these gentle repetitions, a realization settles within. Even the smallest gestures, the quietest sounds, the fleeting moments of attention and care are imbued with sacred meaning. The world is alive with gentle grace, and in this presence, your spirit feels sheltered, cradled, and renewed. You rise slowly, stretching with deliberate care, letting your body move in harmony with the night around you. The moonlight falls on your face, cool and serene, and you smile softly, acknowledging the calm that has gathered in your chest. The fireflies, the rustle of leaves, the whispering creek, all seem to bow in gentle affirmation, as if the world itself recognizes your stillness, your receptivity, your trust. In the soft hush of evening, God's gentle presence fills the air around you. The twilight lingers, casting long-rooted shadows across the garden. Every leaf, every petal glows faintly under the remaining light of the sun, its warmth retreating slowly into the horizon. You sit on a worn wooden bench at the edge of the path, your hands resting lightly on your knees, feeling the ground beneath your fingers. The bench's smoothing places, rough and level, a quiet testament to countless seasons and quiet evenings spent in reflection. A gentle breeze drifts through the garden, ruffling the leaves with a soft flow, as if nature itself is whispering in your ear. Nearby, from the lounging figure, its small form swaying gently, casting a golden halo around the garden path. You notice how the light touches each stone, each flower, illuminating details you might otherwise have missed. The subtle curve of a petal, the delicate veins in a leaf, the tiny footprints of a passing rabbit in the
Every detail feels infused with purpose, with quiet.
Reminder that nothing in creation escapes the watchful care of God. Your fingers brush against the cool metal of the lantern handle, feeling its comforting weight, and in that simple touch, a sense of grounding arises. A soft hum of crickets begins to fill the air, steady and comforting. A rhythm that blends seamlessly with the rustle of the breeze and the distant song of a nightingale. Each sound is a subtle lullaby, coaxing the mind toward calm, a gentle cadence that invites your thoughts to settle. You breathe slowly, inhaling the mingled scents of lavender and wet soil, letting the freshness fill your lungs and spread warmth through your chest. The world seems to pause as if holding its breath, allowing you to rest fully within its gentle rhythm. You reach down to the edge of the path, where dew glistens on blades of grass. Each droplet captures the remaining light of day, sparkling softly like fragments of heaven caught on earth. You trace a finger along a dew-laden leaf, watching as the tiny bead slides slowly to the ground, leaving the leaf refreshed and cool. The motion feels like a quiet prayer, an offering of attentiveness and care, a small act that carries profound significance in this stillness. You feel as though God is present in each movement, in the soft patter of dew, in the subtle sway of the grass, in the gentle shimmer of the lantern light. Across the garden, a cat steps lightly from shadow to shadow, its movements deliberate and slow. You watch, enchanted as it pauses to sniff the air, then stretches its body in a languid arch, releasing tension with each curve. Its calm presence reminds you of the quiet dignity inherent in all creation. You find yourself mirroring this gentleness in your own body, allowing shoulders to drop, hands to relax, jaw to soften. Every small gesture of ease becomes a conduit for the divine peace that surrounds you, an intimate communion with the still watching God. Your eyes drift upward to the sky where the first stars emerge, timidly at first, then gradually brightening as darkness deepens. Each star is small yet brilliant, a tiny point of light in the vastness of night. You imagine each one as a word of encouragement from God, each a subtle affirmation of your life and place in the world. The Milky Way stretches like a silver ribbon across the heavens, serene and constant, inviting contemplation, reflection, and trust. In this celestial display, your heart feels tenderly cradled, comforted by the infinite presence that witnesses every moment. The soft chirp of a nearby cricket blends with the gentle clinking of water in a small garden fountain. You lean closer to the fountain, letting the sound envelop you, imagining each drop as a small blessing cascading into your spirit. Your hands hover just above the water's surface, feeling its cool tremble against your skin, a silent reminder that life flows continuously, refreshed and renewed by God's hand. You watch as tiny fish glide beneath the water, their movements purposeful yet calm, a reflection of life that is guided and sustained, even in the quietest corners of the world. A gentle wind lifts through the branches of an old oak, rustling leaves with a soft whispering cadence. The branches sway rhythmically, casting intricate moving patterns of shadow and light across the path in your lap. You extend a hand to touch a low-hanging leaf, feeling its smooth edge and the subtle vibration of the wind. Each contact is a delicate connection, a conversation without words, an acknowledgement that you are part of this living, breathing world, held tenderly by God's attention and care. Sitting back, you close your eyes briefly, letting all senses soften. The sounds of night blend into a seamless hymn. The cricket's song, the fountain's trickle, the wind's tender rustle, the faint flutter of wings from a passing bird. Each note of this natural symphony carries a whisper of reassurance, a gentle echo of divine constancy. You feel your heartbeat slow, each pulse a steady echo in the stillness, synchronized with the rhythm of creation and the quiet presence of God surrounding you. The lantern flickers once more as a breeze passes, and you see the shadows stretch and dance across the garden. You trace them lightly with your eyes, letting your gaze drift from leaf to stone to flower, noting the subtle way the light and dark interplay. How even in the dimmest moments there is beauty and clarity. The garden feels sacred in its quietness, a sanctuary of small wonders and gentle attentiveness. You breathe deeply, allowing the fragrance of the night to fill your chest, and exhale slowly, letting tension leave your body with each passing moment. A moth flutters near the lantern, drawn by its soft light. You watch it hover, wings catching the golden glow, its movements delicate and unpredictable. There is grace in its flight, a quiet lesson in trusting the path and finding rest within it. You smile softly, recognizing that the presence of God is often subtle, found not in grand gestures, but in these small, luminous moments that touch the heart without noise or fanfare. You reach for your journal, letting the pen rest lightly against the page. Words flow slowly, deliberately, reflecting the calm and gentle awareness of the evening. Gratitude spills onto the paper for the quiet acts of kindness you witnessed today, for the patience and care extended by others, for the simple yet profound presence of God in every breath, every shadow, every glimmer of light. Each line becomes a whispered prayer, a tender dialogue between your heart and the divine, echoing softly into the night. The stars shine brighter now, and the moon has climbed higher, casting a cool, serene light over the garden. You stand slowly, stretching your arms above your head, feeling the gentle release of tension. The earth beneath your feet is firm, grounding, and the breeze carries a soft promise of safety, presence, and rest. Each inhale fills you with peace. Each exhale releases worry, doubt, or lingering fatigue. You feel cradled in the embrace of the night, sheltered by the quiet vigilance of creation and the unwavering watch of God's care. Crickets and soft wind through trees. You step back from the bench, taking a slow, deliberate walk along the path. The lantern light flickers one last time, guiding you softly. The garden seems to whisper a final blessing as you move through it, the shadows folding gently behind you. Your heart carries a profound sense of calm, a deep trust that you are held, guided, and loved. Beneath the silver glow of the moon, God's quiet guidance touches every corner of your heart. The night has settled fully, wrapping the world in its soft velvet embrace. The moon hangs low, a pale lantern in the sky, casting delicate light across the dewy grass and the gently swaying branches. Each tree is outlined with a silvery edge, the shadows stretching long and peaceful. You walk slowly along the familiar path, your steps measured, mindful, each footfall pressing softly into the earth. The cool soil clings briefly to your shoes, grounding you in the present, reminding you of the steadfastness of creation, of the quiet constancy of God. A gentle breeze lifts the scent of pine and damp earth, mingling with the faint aroma of night-blooming flowers. You pause to inhale, letting the cool night air fill your lungs, carrying with it the weight of every worry, every lingering doubt, and then exhale slowly, releasing all tension. The rustle of leaves overhead is almost musical, a subtle harmony, as though the garden itself is breathing alongside you. Somewhere in the distance, a nightingale begins its soft song, a liquid note that drifts across the path, delicate and reassuring. calling your heart to stillness and contemplation. You notice the small details of the evening that are often overlooked. A spider's web glistening with tiny droplets of dew, each thread catching the moonlight like strands of silver. A cluster of fireflies blinking rhythmically in a hidden corner, sending tiny messages of hope and quiet wonder. A single oak leaf slowly spinning to the ground, turning and twisting as it falls, guided gently by the wind. Each of these subtle movements seems deliberate, as if each is a small reflection of God's attentive care, a whisper that you are seen, valued and embraced in this quiet hour. At the edge of the path, the pond mirrors the moon perfectly, its surface smooth as glass. You lean closer, watching the reflection ripple lightly as a gentle breeze passes. A frog's soft croak punctuates the night, a quiet reminder that life persists even in stillness, that God's presence is constant even when unseen. You dip a hand into the cool water, feeling the slight tremble of movement, the soft brush of a tiny fish. The connection is immediate, intimate, a tender acknowledgement of life's continuity and the sustaining power of divine care. The garden is alive with subtle sounds, the whisper of the wind through the trees, the distant hum of insects, the soft murmur of water in the fountain. You take a seat on a low stone wall, allowing your body to relax fully, shoulders sinking, hands resting loosely in your lap. The moonlight bathes your face in a gentle glow, highlighting the calm in your eyes, the ease in your breath. Every inhale is filled with serenity, every exhale releasing lingering concerns. You feel enveloped by a quiet, sacred space, one that is both outside of and within the world, a place where God's presence can be felt in every minute detail. Your gaze drifts toward the stars, each one twinkling softly in the clear night sky. You recognize constellations you have known for years, their familiar shapes providing a sense of comfort and continuity. The Milky Way stretches overhead like a silver ribbon, a reminder of the vastness and permanence of creation. In this immense and serene expanse, your thoughts begin to settle, the small worries of the day shrinking in significance. You feel a deepening sense of trust, a gentle conviction that even in darkness you are guided and protected. A light rustle from a nearby bush draws your attention. A rabbit steps cautiously into view, ears twitching, nose flickering. It pauses, then continues along the path, each movement slow and deliberate, perfectly attuned to its surroundings. You smile softly, recognizing the parallel to your own journey, moving carefully through life, attentive, aware, and guided by an unseen hand. Each creature seems imbued with a subtle grace, reflecting the quiet wisdom of God in the small, often unnoticed rhythms of the world. A lantern flickers in the distance, marking the edge of the garden path. You rise and begin to walk toward it, feeling the soft crunch of leaves beneath your feet, the occasional brush of grass against your hand. The light welcomes you, a gentle beacon in the silver night, a symbol of the warmth and care that surrounds every moment of your life. As you move, you notice how the moonlight transforms ordinary objects into quiet marvels. A cluster of stones glinting, a vine curling gracefully, a single flower bending toward the light. In these small details, you feel the intimacy of God's presence, tenderly attending to even the minutest aspects of creation. Reaching the lantern, you pause to rest your hand on the post, feeling the warmth of the metal against your fingers. The light dances softly across your face, casting gentle shadows, inviting a sense of contemplation and gratitude. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the quiet envelop you, hearing only the subtle music of the night, the wind, the rustle of leaves, the distant call of a night bird. Each sound, each flicker of light, each gentle movement feels like a conversation with God, a subtle affirmation of peace and presence. Opening your eyes, you notice a small blossom that has unfolded just under the lantern's glow. Its petals are soft, delicate, perfect in their symmetry, catching the light in a way that seems almost intentional, a quiet offering to the night. You kneel slightly, brushing a finger across the soft curve of the petals, and feel a wave of calm sweep through your chest. In this tender connection, you sense that your attention, your care, and your presence are valued in the same way, embraced by the loving gaze of God. The breeze carries the faint scent of jasmine mingling with the cooler night air. You inhale deeply, feeling the fragrance linger, soothing, stabilizing, grounding. You notice the subtle movement of the leaves overhead, each one catching the silver light and trembling gently, as if whispering encouragement. You breathe slowly, matching your rhythm to the gentle sway of the branches, to the soft pulse of life around you. Every inhalation brings peace, every exhalation releases tension. You are aware of the interconnectedness of all things, the steady hand of God weaving through each moment, unseen yet fully present. A distant owl hoots softly, its call stretching across the quiet night. You pause to listen, letting the sound deepen your awareness, the resonance settling into the hollow spaces of your heart. Each echo feels like a gentle affirmation. You are not alone. Every note of the night, every flutter of wings, every rustle of leaves seems imbued with divine attention. Your heart slows, your thoughts soften, and a quiet clarity emerges. God is near, in every whisper, in every shimmer of light, in the rhythm of the gentle night around you. Sitting back on the stone wall, you allow yourself to simply be, noticing the rise and fall of your chest, the subtle tremor of your hands resting in your lap, the slight movement of your hair in the night breeze. You let gratitude quietly settle, unspoken yet fully present, for the beauty of the garden, the shelter of the night, the constancy of God's watchful presence. Each sensation, each observation, each breath becomes a prayer, an unhurried song of trust and calm. Soft wind through leaves. Slowly you rise, walking along the final stretch of the garden path. The moonlight leads your steps, the soft sounds of night accompanying you, as you feel the protective embrace of God surrounding you with every motion. Your body moves with ease, your mind with serenity, each step a gentle reminder that you are guided, supported, and held. In the hush of the pine grove, God's gentle whispers guide every quiet thought. The early night has deepened and the forest stands still, wrapped in a gentle cloak of shadows and silver moonlight. The tall pines sway lightly, their needles brushing softly against one another, creating a subtle symphony that hums like a lullaby through the air. The ground is scattered with soft layers of fallen needles, cushioning each step you take. The hush underfoot, a gentle reminder of the tender care that surrounds all living things. You inhale deeply, filling your lungs with the earthy scent of pine and cool night air, letting each breath become a prayer of gratitude and quiet surrender. A small owl perches high on a branch, its head tilting as it observes silently, a watchful presence in the dark. The faint croak of a frog from a nearby pond mingles with the rustling of leaves, each sound a gentle reassurance that life continues in harmony, even in stillness. Your fingers brush lightly against the rough bark of a pine as you pass, feeling the subtle ridges beneath your skin, each one a tactile whisper of the Creator's hand in the world. There is a rhythm here, a quiet order that invites your heart to slow, your mind to soften, and your spirit to rest in the certainty of divine presence. You pause at the edge of a small clearing where the moonlight breaks through the branches in scattered patches, casting gentle pools of silver on the soft ground. A rabbit emerges cautiously, its fur glimmering under the pale light. It freezes, ears twitching, and for a brief moment your eyes meet in silent acknowledgement. You do not reach for it, do not disturb the moment. Instead you breathe slowly, feeling the shared calm, the subtle lesson of patience and presence that this small creature offers. In this quiet exchange, you feel a wave of connectedness, a gentle reflection of God's intimate attention to all his creation. A soft breeze drifts through, carrying the scent of wet earth and the faint perfume of nocturnal blooms. It plays with the strands of your hair, lifting and releasing them in tiny dances. Each movement seems deliberate, a reminder that even the smallest gestures of the world hold meaning, shaped by the steady hand of divine care. You notice the moonlight catching on the edges of pine cones, glinting softly, and the shimmer of dew forming on tiny spider webs, each bead of water a delicate prism reflecting the quiet majesty of creation. Your hands brush against a low-hanging branch, feeling the pliancy of the needles, and you marvel at the simplicity, the perfection, the gentle balance in everything around you. Walking slowly through the grove, you observe the subtle interactions of life. A beetle slowly navigating a fallen leaf, ants marching in careful order along a thin trail, a moth fluttering in the faint light. Each movement is measured, precise, and yet infused with an organic grace. You realize that this is the rhythm God has set for the world, a quiet assurance that everything proceeds according to divine care, that even the smallest life is held tenderly in his gaze. You pause again to kneel beside a small cluster of wildflowers, bending your fingers lightly to brush the petals, feeling the soft texture, inhaling the faint fragrance that rises in the night air. It is a small act, a moment of reverence, and yet it carries a deep resonance, a connection between your spirit and the Creator's gentle, attentive hand. The night sky stretches above, clear and vast, a deep canvas sprinkled with countless stars. The constellations you have known for decades glimmer faintly, familiar guides in the eternal expanse. The Milky Way spreads across the horizon like a river of light, and you imagine it as a pathway, not just across the heavens, but within your own heart, leading you steadily toward trust and quiet peace. You trace the patterns with your eyes, each star a point of reassurance, a silent affirmation of God's presence and order in the universe, reminding you that even in the darkness, guidance and light are always there. You approach a small brook that winds softly through the grove, its surface catching the moonlight in gentle reflections. The water bubbles quietly over smooth stones, a melody that carries through the pines, mingling with the whisper of leaves. You reach down and dip a hand into the cool current, feeling the gentle pull of the flowing water, its clarity and movement a quiet illustration of grace. Tiny ripples spread outward from your touch, catching the reflected stars for a moment before fading into stillness. This simple act becomes a meditation, a reminder of the constant unseen flow of God's love, sustaining, refreshing, and moving through the hidden channels of your life. Settling on a moss-covered rock beside the brook, you allow your body to relax fully, the coolness grounding you, the night sounds enveloping you in a cocoon of serenity. You watch as a small family of raccoons emerges briefly, pausing, sniffing the air, their movements careful and deliberate. You observe quietly, smiling gently at their cautious grace. There is a lesson in their attentiveness, a reflection of the mindfulness and care that you are invited to cultivate, a subtle echo of God's watchful, tender presence in your own life. The wind rises slightly, rustling the pine needles in a soft chorus, carrying with it the faint scent of damp earth and distant blooms. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sound fill every corner of your awareness, feeling the slight trembling of the leaves against your cheeks. Each sound, each sensation becomes a thread in a tapestry of quiet reassurance, weaving a sense of trust and calm through your heart. You breathe slowly, matching your rhythm to the gentle sway of the trees, the soft murmur of the water, the subtle chorus of the night. Above, the moon shifts slightly, spilling a broader pool of light across the forest floor, illuminating a path forward. You stand slowly, feeling the stability of the moss underfoot, the gentle embrace of the cool breeze on your skin. Every step is deliberate, connected, and infused with a sense of God's guidance. Your eyes wander to a small cluster of mushrooms, and their heads catching the light of a quiet shore. They seem almost like tiny lanterns, reminding you of the subtle illumination God provides in each moment, even when it is soft and easy and overlooked. Continuing along the path, you notice a small deer pausing on the clearing ahead, its ears flicking, its soft gaze calm and unafraid. You stop, observing, and in this stillness, a profound serenity settles over you. The deer moves with grace, a living reflection of the gentleness and watchfulness that mirrors the Creator's care. You exhale slowly, letting the night wrap around you, each detail of life around you reinforcing the presence, the steadiness, the tender vigilance of God in all things. Soft pine needles rustling. Walking on, you feel a rhythm settling within your chest, a quiet heartbeat aligned with the forest, with the moonlight, with the subtle music of life flowing softly around you. Each breath, each step, each glance becomes a quiet meditation, a conversation without words with the Creator. The pines seem to whisper encouragement, their needles brushing one another in tiny, deliberate gestures. You feel a gentle warmth in your chest, a quiet smile tugging at your lips, as if God's presence itself is settling over you, a soft, invisible mantle of peace and reassurance. Beneath the soft moonlight, every blade of grass hums God's gentle promise. The night has deepened further, and a quiet meadow stretches before you, bathed in a silver glow that softens the edges of the world. The grass sways lightly in the whisper of a cool night breeze, each movement catching the moon's reflection like tiny threads of light, shimmering in gentle rhythms. A cricket's chirp punctuates the stillness, steady and unhurried, a subtle reminder of the pulse of life that God maintains in all corners of creation. The air carries the faint scent of wildflowers, their perfume mingling with the earthy aroma of the dew-soaked ground. You inhale deeply, letting each breath draw you into a rhythm of calm and trust, feeling the presence of the Creator like a soft, reassuring hand on your shoulder. A small rabbit pauses near the edge of the meadow, its ears erect, alert but unafraid. It seems aware of the peace that pervades this space, moving with careful grace as it nibbles gently on a tender blade of grass. You watch quietly, observing the smallness of its movements, the gentle attentiveness, and you realize that God's care is present even in these subtle, quiet acts of life. Each motion, each pause, each careful step becomes a reflection of the deliberate, loving attention that sustains all living things. You step slowly into the meadow, feeling the soft wetness of the grass beneath your feet, each step grounding you, each touch a connection to the quiet life surrounding you. The moonlight plays across your skin in delicate patterns, and you notice a faint shimmer of dew on each blade of grass, sparkling like tiny beacons of divine light. A firefly drifts lazily past, its gentle glow flickering, dancing in the cool night air. You pause to watch, mesmerized, as it floats in seemingly random patterns, yet somehow moves with a purpose that feels orchestrated, a small glowing reminder of the Creator's unseen hand in every detail. A gentle breeze rises, carrying the faint murmur of leaves from a distant grove, mingling with the soft chirping of crickets. You close your eyes for a moment, letting the sounds envelop you, feeling the subtle rhythm of life moving through the meadow. The air is cool against your skin, yet comforting, like a soft blanket wrapped around your shoulders. Your hands brush gently against the tall grass, feeling the silky tips between your fingers, each touch a delicate exchange, a silent prayer of gratitude rising from your heart to God above. The sky above is vast, an endless expanse of deep indigo sprinkled with countless stars. The Milky Way stretches across the heavens, a silver river connecting distant points of light. You trace the constellations with your eyes, familiar patterns that have guided many generations before you. In this quiet, expansive moment, you sense the immensity of God's presence, the steady constancy that mirrors the calm and peace you feel in your own heart. You feel simultaneously small and cherished, a thread in the vast, intricate tapestry of creation held tenderly in God's hands. Near the center of the meadow, a cluster of daisies glows faintly in the moonlight, their petals delicate, pure, reaching upward as if in quiet worship. You kneel among them, brushing your fingers lightly across the soft petals, feeling the fragility and strength entwined in their tiny forms. The ground beneath is soft and cool, and as you rest your hands against the earth, you feel a subtle connection to all that lives and grows here. In the stillness, it feels as though the whole meadow is breathing with you. Each blade of grass, each flower, each tiny insect participating in a silent, reverent song of praise. A lone owl calls from a distant tree, the sound stretching gently through the night. Its voice is not harsh, but soft, contemplative, blending with the sigh of the wind and the quiet rustle of leaves. You imagine the owl as a guardian of the meadow, a witness to the quiet devotion of all that dwells here. Each note becomes a meditation, a gentle nudge toward reflection, reminding you that the world is watched over, tended with care, and that your own heart is equally cradled in divine attention. You walk toward a small pond at the far edge of the meadow, where the moon casts a broad reflection across the water. The surface is still, broken only by the occasional ripple of a tiny fish or a drifting leaf. You kneel beside it, letting your fingers brush the water, feeling the cool liquid ripple outward, spreading across the calm surface. The movement is subtle yet deliberate, a soft echo of the rhythm of God's love, constant, flowing, patient. You watch as the moonlight glints across the gentle waves, tiny reflections forming and dispersing, a quiet miracle repeated countless times each night. Fireflies drift along the pond's edge, their gentle lights floating like sparks of hope in the cool air. You notice a dragonfly hovering briefly, wings catching the moonlight in delicate flashes, before it moves on with effortless grace. The small creatures of the night remind you of the attention and care God gives to all life, no matter how seemingly insignificant. In their quiet diligence, their patient presence, you recognize the reflection of divine constancy, a reminder that your own life, with all its small acts of care and love, is observed, cherished, and guided. The meadow seems to exhale slowly, the rustling of grass and distant trees forming a gentle lullaby. You lie down on the soft grass, letting the earth cradle you, the moonlight warm your face, and the night sounds enfold you in a cocoon of serenity. You feel the gentle weight of your body, the soft rise and fall of your chest in rhythm with your breath. Each inhale a quiet prayer, each exhale a release of worry. You imagine God walking alongside you in this meadow, invisible but palpably present, a gentle hand resting on your shoulder, a quiet voice murmuring assurance into your heart. As the minutes pass, the meadow grows even quieter, the small movements of creatures and leaves fading into the gentle hush of night. Your eyelids grow heavy, but your mind remains calm, tracing the moonlit paths, recalling the soft touch of grass, the gentle shimmer of dew, the delicate glow of fireflies. Every detail, every sensation becomes a quiet meditation, a lullaby from the Creator himself. You feel peace settling deep into your chest, a warmth radiating through your limbs, and a quiet trust that everything is held in God's care. Soft water lapping at pond. In this stillness, you let your thoughts drift, as light and effortless as the fireflies above. The meadow embraces you, the moon lights your path, and the night air carries a gentle promise that even when the world is quiet and shadows long, God is present, attentive and infinitely tender. You feel the calm stretching from the crown of your head to the soles of your feet, the soft chorus of life around you affirming the rhythm of divine peace. Along the starlit path, every step whispers God's gentle guidance. The meadow begins to fade behind you as you step onto a narrow, winding path, softly illuminated by the silver glow of countless stars overhead. Each star represents a small, worn by time, the gentle irregularities reminding you of the quiet patience with which God shapes each life. The path curves gently through a grove of tall, slender trees, their leaves rustling with a strange sound that blends seamlessly with the distant buzz of a fly that occasionally flutter overnight bird. You inhale deeply, so the cool night air fills your lungs, carrying that shimmer like sparks of divine attention scattered across the earth. You extend your hand and let it brush through the mist, feeling the cool dampness on your fingers, a gentle tactile reminder of God's presence in every minute detail. Even the smallest movements of air and light seem alive, purposeful, each one an act of quiet devotion woven into the night. A small fox appears briefly at the edge of the path, its amber eyes catching the starlight, and for a moment it regards you with quiet curiosity. It does not rush or flee, it simply watches, poised and graceful, and then it turns, slipping softly into the trees. You pause, absorbing the serenity of this encounter, recognizing in its calm attentiveness the same care that God extends to you. Every creature, every leaf, every stone carries a trace of that loving attention, a reminder that you are never truly alone on this starlit journey. The path opens gradually into a gentle clearing, where the soft grass sways beneath your feet. Here the stars seem closer, the Milky Way stretching as a delicate river of silver overhead. You lift your gaze, tracing constellations that have guided travellers for centuries, a tapestry of light that holds stories older than memory. You imagine each star as a silent sentinel, each one reflecting God's constant care and the quiet guidance that has led countless hearts through darkness toward light. A gentle brook flows across the clearing, its water sparkling under the starlight as it trickles over smooth stones. You kneel at its edge, letting your fingers trail through the cool, clear water. The ripples move outward in expanding circles, a visual echo of the way God's love extends endlessly, touching lives near and far. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, shimmering like quicksilver, their movements subtle yet alive, a quiet reminder of the careful orchestration of creation. You watch the play of light and water, and a deep sense of calm spreads through your chest, slow and steady, like a hymn without words. Fireflies begin to drift along the edges of the brook, their gentle glows blinking softly in a seemingly random rhythm, yet perfectly timed, as if following some unseen divine cadence. You extend your hands toward them, letting the soft illumination brush your fingertips, feeling a connection to the quiet pulse of life around you. Each gentle glow becomes a silent affirmation that God watches over every small detail, every fleeting moment, every thought and longing in your heart. You walk slowly along the starlit path, noticing how the soft rustle of leaves harmonizes with the gentle flow of the brook. The air feels alive, yet soothing, filled with subtle sounds that settle deep into your chest and mind. Every step is deliberate, measured, yet effortless, as though guided by the quiet presence of God himself. The soft glow of distant stars casts shadows that dance delicately over the grass and rocks, creating a mosaic of light and dark that feels like a conversation with the divine, a dialogue of serenity, patience, and unwavering attention. A small deer emerges from the trees, stepping lightly onto the path. It pauses, ears flicking, nostrils quivering, and then meets your gaze. There is no fear in its eyes, only the calm curiosity that mirrors the trust you feel within your own heart. The deer takes a few careful steps and then vanishes into the shadows, leaving you with a lingering sense of companionship, of shared presence, and of the unspoken promise that God's guidance is everywhere, even in moments that seem fleeting or small. The brook widens slightly, forming a shallow pool where the water rests like liquid silver. You kneel beside it, letting your reflection shimmer and distort gently with each ripple. In that mirrored surface you see the softness of your own expression, the serenity that has begun to grow within you, and a quiet whisper seems to rise from the water, a reminder that God sees you fully, tenderly, and without judgment. You take a deep breath, feeling a release of tension, a gentle letting go of the day's worries, trusting that God carries them with care. The path narrows again, winding upward toward a gentle rise. Each step brings a new perspective, a slightly broader view of the forested hills and moonlit meadows below. You notice the way the starlight glimmers on dew-covered leaves, how the mist curls gently along the ground, how the night air carries a soft, consistent rhythm, almost like a heartbeat that syncs with your own. You walk with careful attention, noticing the small details of the path. The texture of bark, the delicate curve of a fern, the way a spider's web glows faintly under the stars. And you realize that each of these quiet, seemingly insignificant observations carries a message. That God's care is present in every corner, every hidden nook, every detail of creation. A gentle wind stirs, carrying with it the faint rustle of distant trees and the soft scent of pine and evening blooms. You close your eyes, allowing the night air to wash over you, inhaling and exhaling slowly, feeling God's presence in each breath. You imagine the stars above as countless eyes of loving attention, each one reflecting patience, wisdom, and gentle guidance. The rustling leaves and flowing brook become a lullaby, the whispering path a sacred invitation to rest, to reflect, and to trust. Small movements in the shadows catch your eye. A bat glides silently, a moth flutters, a frog leaps quietly into the water, but none startles you. You watch calmly, understanding that all life is part of the same gentle orchestration, every creature, plant, and sound contributing to the quiet harmony of the night. The sense of connection deepens, your heart expanding to include the surrounding world, and a gentle trust blooms that God's presence, like the stars above and the earth beneath, is constant, patient, and tenderly guiding you through each moment. The path begins to descend gently now, leading toward a secluded glade where the moonlight pools in soft silver circles. You pause, taking in the scene, the quiet ripples of the brook, the tall grasses bending slightly in the night breeze, the soft shimmer of fireflies, and the subtle aroma of evening flowers. Here, in this peaceful glade, you feel fully enveloped by God's presence, each small detail a testament to care and attention, each sound a note in the melody of divine love. Gentle wind through pine needles. You settle onto a soft patch of moss, letting the earth cradle you as the stars wheel slowly overhead. Every sound, every scent, every movement of the night carries a quiet reassurance. You feel the weight of the day lifting, your mind slowing, your heart softening, and a calm, steady peace fills every part of you. Here, on the starlit path beneath the vast heavens, you rest in the steady, loving hands of God. Beneath the moon's gentle glow, peace settles softly around you. You step out of the narrow grove and find yourself at the edge of a wide, open meadow, bathed in the soft silver light of the moon. The grass sways gently with a whispering rhythm, as though the wind itself is singing a lullaby, encouraging every blade to sway in harmonious motion. Tiny dew droplets cling to the tips of the grass, sparkling faintly like distant stars fall into the earth, catching your eye and drawing your gaze downward, inviting a closer appreciation of the small, tender details of creation. You take a deep breath, inhaling the cool, sweet scent of evening flowers that have opened only for the night, their fragrance delicate and fleeting, a gentle reminder that God attends even to the quietest, most ephemeral moments. A chorus of crickets rises gradually from the grass, a soft rhythmic hum that blends seamlessly with the distant croak of frogs. Their melody seems timeless, as if it has played for generations, a natural accompaniment to the serene night. You allow yourself to step lightly through the meadow, letting your feet brush against the soft, wet grass. Each footfall is cushioned by the earth, steady and yielding, as though the ground itself is cradling you, echoing the quiet patience of God's presence beneath you. A small herd of deer grazes quietly on the far edge of the meadow, their movements slow and deliberate, ears twitching at the faintest sound. You stop and watch, the scene unfolding like a gentle painting brought to life, a testimony to the unhurried care present in every corner of the world. There is no need for haste here. Time seems suspended, flowing only as it should, in the measured, tender rhythm of the night. You notice the subtle rise and fall of their backs as they breathe, the glimmer of moonlight in their eyes, and you feel a quiet kinship with the creatures. All of them enveloped in the same soft, divine light. The moon hangs low now, casting long silver shadows that stretch lazily across the meadow. You see a small rabbit paws mid-hop, nose twitching as it senses your presence. You remain still, allowing the tiny creature to continue unhurried, observing the delicate balance of trust and vigilance inherent in the natural world. Each movement, however small, becomes a meditation, a reminder that God's care is both gentle and precise, encompassing all beings, large and small, seen and unseen. A gentle breeze rustles the leaves of a solitary oak standing near the meadow's centre. Its branches sway slowly, casting dappled shadows that shift and dance across the grass. You approach the tree and rest your hand lightly on its rough bark, feeling the solid, enduring presence beneath your fingertips. The tree seems to hum quietly in response, its resilience and rootedness echoing the stability and constancy of God's guidance. You close your eyes and lean gently against it, sensing the whisper of God's hand in every small vibration, every movement of the branches, every rustle of the leaves. Fireflies begin to appear, drifting lazily above the grass, their faint glimmers pulsing in a rhythm that seems almost deliberate. You extend a hand toward them, and as they hover and flicker softly around your fingers, a serene wonder washes over you. In their slow, luminous dance, you feel the quiet affirmation of God's love, a subtle but constant presence that illuminates even the darkest corners of your thoughts. The meadow, with its gentle sounds and soft light, becomes a sanctuary, a place where worries dissolve like mist in the morning sun, leaving only the calm certainty of divine care. You notice the faint glimmer of a small stream winding through the meadow, catching the moonlight as it meanders over smooth stones. Kneeling beside it, you dip your fingers into the cool, clear water. The ripples move outward in expanding circles, a visual echo of the way God's attention radiates through all creation. Tiny fish dart beneath the surface, their subtle movements a quiet reminder that life is always in motion, even in moments that feel still and timeless. You watch the interplay of light, water and movement, and a gentle trust settles in your chest, as though each ripple carries a whisper from God himself. I am here always, attending to you and the world around you. A soft hush falls over the meadow as the night deepens. The wind carries the faintest melody of distant night birds, their calls merging with the steady hum of the crickets and the gentle murmur of the stream. You lie back on the soft grass, feeling the earth cradle you like a pillow, the vast expanse of sky above a blanket of infinite tender light. Each star seems to twinkle with intention, each shadow moves with purpose, and each sound forms part of the night's lullaby. Your breath slows, your heartbeat steadies, and a warm, encompassing calm spreads through every part of you. A lone owl glides silently above, its wings brushing the air with soft whispers. It lands briefly on a low branch, observing the meadow below, then takes flight again, disappearing into the velvet darkness. You watch it go, and in its silent departure, you sense the quiet rhythm of life and faith. All things move according to a gentle, unseen guidance, and all things are attended to in perfect balance. Your thoughts drift slowly, unhurried, to memories of quiet mornings, long-forgotten conversations, and the tender moments that have shaped your heart. You feel them align with this moment, this meadow, this moonlit peace, a mosaic of God's care over your life, visible in the smallest details of memory and night. The meadow begins to shimmer faintly with the first hints of a delicate morning mist, though the moon still reigns overhead. You walk slowly to the stream's edge, letting the cool water brush against your feet. Tiny reflections of moonlight dance across the surface, creating a gentle, moving pattern of silver that reminds you of the constant yet gentle presence of God in your life. You pause and breathe in the quiet air, feeling a full surrender to the calm and the light. your mind quieted, your spirit resting in a profound trust. Soft rustle of grass in night breeze. You find a comfortable patch of grass beneath the oak, sitting down and allowing your shoulders to relax. The moonlight continues to spill across the meadow, each silver beam a gentle caress. In this moment, you feel a deep, encompassing peace, as though every worry, every doubt, every small fear has been held and soothed by the quiet, steady presence of God. You close your eyes and listen to the crickets, the stream, the rustling leaves, and the faint whispers of the wind. Each sound forms a gentle lullaby, inviting rest, reflection, and the awareness that God's love and care surround you completely. In the hush of towering pines, God's presence feels near and gentle. The path winds softly upward into a grove of tall, stately pines, their trunks straight and unwavering, reaching silently toward the sky. You step slowly along the needle-carpeted ground, each footfall muffled, almost sacred, as if the earth itself wishes to keep the night's serenity intact. The faint aroma of pine resin drifts on the cool breeze, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil and moss. Each inhale fills your lungs with a quiet clarity, a subtle reminder that God's creation sustains and renews even in the simplest, most unassuming moments. A gentle wind weaves through the pine branches above, producing a delicate, constant whisper, like a chorus of soft voices. You pause and close your eyes, listening closely. The sound is calming, measured, almost rhythmic, and it seems to carry a message in its gentle repetition. I am with you. You are not alone. Tiny shafts of moonlight pierce the canopy, casting fleeting patterns on the forest floor, flickering like the soft glow of a candle. Shadows shift and stretch with the movement of the breeze, creating a living tapestry that both calms and captivates the senses. Along the path, small clusters of wildflowers touched with dew lift their heads toward the scattered light. You stoop to brush a gentle fingertip across the petals, feeling the delicate texture and noticing the subtle variations of colour. Each flower, small and often overlooked, carries a whisper of divine artistry, a reminder that God tends even the quietest corners of the world. In these tender, unnoticed details, you sense a reflection of the care God gives to your life, unseen yet constant, patient and enduring. The soft crunch of your footsteps blends with the quiet symphony of the grove. Distant night birds calling softly to one another. The rustle of small animals moving through the undergrowth and the occasional gentle fall of a pine cone rolling to the ground. You stop again, resting your palm against the rough bark of a pine tree. Its surface is cool and textured, alive with the history of years quietly endured, the resilience evident in every ring, every groove. Here you feel the same steadiness mirrored in your own journey, trials met with quiet endurance, comfort found in God's enduring presence. Above, the stars peek through the spaces between the tall branches, pinpoints of light in a deep velvet sky. You tilt your head back and take a slow, deep breath, imagining the vastness of heaven stretching beyond what your eyes can see, each star a small marker of God's infinite care. A family of owls glides silently overhead, their wings soft against the night air, observing with patience and wisdom. You watch them pass, feeling a gentle reassurance, a sense of shared serenity with the creatures that call this forest home. A small stream emerges from between the roots of two ancient pines, winding quietly down the slope. The water flows smooth and clear, carrying with it the reflections of moonlight and stars above. You kneel beside it, letting the cool liquid run over your fingers, each ripple spreading outward in delicate circles. It reminds you of how God's grace moves through life, unseen at first, subtle but reaching ever outward, touching all it encounters. You linger, tracing the gentle path of the stream with your gaze, feeling the rhythm of water and wind merge into a single, soothing pulse that settles your mind and spirit. Nearby, a family of rabbits emerges cautiously from the underbrush. They pause to nibble at the fresh shoots, alert yet unhurried. You sit back slightly on the soft pine needles, giving them space, and observe the quiet attentiveness they carry in their movements. There is a lesson here in patience and trust, a reminder that God's provision is steady and present, even when the world seems dark or uncertain. Every small action, every careful movement becomes an echo of divine attentiveness, a reflection of the gentle hand guiding the unseen details of our lives. The grove seems to breathe with you, the whispers of the pines, the quiet splash of the stream, the subtle calls of night creatures all blend into a soft, lullaby-like rhythm. You allow your body to sink deeper into the comfort of the forest floor, feeling the cool needles and damp moss beneath you. The world narrows to this moment, the hushed music of the night and the steady presence of God flowing through the trees, the stars, the stream, and your own heartbeat. A distant owl hoots once, softly, and the echo carries through the grove. You breathe in, long and slow, and sense the continuity of life around you, the unbroken attention of the Creator who watches and tends each detail with patience and love. The night deepens, and with it comes a gentle stillness, a quiet suspension that lets you rest in the awareness of divine care. You notice your thoughts slowing, your mind untangling, each worry and tension dissolving like mist in the early morning light yet to come. A soft rustling draws your eyes to a small cluster of ferns near the stream. Tiny droplets of dew cling to their fronds, catching the moonlight in delicate flashes. You reach out and let your fingers brush lightly across them, feeling the soft resistance and the wet coolness. A tactile reminder of the subtle blessings often overlooked. Each small interaction, each moment of mindful attention becomes a prayer in itself, a quiet offering to God, received and cherished in silence. You lie back fully now, letting the gentle incline of the forest floor support you. The moonlight filters through the pines, painting your face with faint silver hues. The wind whispers over the tops of the trees, moving in patterns that are both unpredictable and perfect, much like life itself under God's care. Your eyes close as the sounds, sights and textures coalesce into a single gentle awareness. The Creator is here, present, unhurried, attending with infinite tenderness to you, to the meadow, to the pines, to all of creation. Soft pine whisper and distant stream. You feel the tension of the day slipping away. Each breath carries a deepening calm, a reminder that God's love is constant, patient, and never withdrawn. The grove, the stream, the moonlight, the animals all bear witness to this quiet truth, a soft illumination of the heart. You allow yourself to rest fully in this awareness, the night enfolding you in its serene embrace, your mind calm, your spirit soothed, and your body ready for the gentle surrender that leads towards sleep. Beneath the soft glow of the moon, God's peace settles over the meadow. The night opens before you like a gentle hush, a vast meadow stretching under the silver light of a rising moon. Each blade of grass sways softly in the evening breeze, creating a subtle, hypnotic rhythm, as if the meadow itself breathes in quiet harmony with your own pulse. A few scattered wildflowers lift their delicate heads, touched by the moonlight, casting faint shadows that ripple across the earth. You take a slow step forward, feeling the soft give of dew-dampened grass beneath your feet, a tender reminder that the Creator's presence is woven into the simplest textures of the world. The air carries the faint, sweet scent of wildflowers and the distant aroma of damp earth, comforting and grounding. You pause for a moment, closing your eyes, letting the symphony of night sounds, soft rustle of grass, distant hoot of an owl, the faint chirp of crickets, enfold you. It is here, in this tranquil stillness, that you sense the closeness of God, not loud or commanding, but quiet, patient and unshakable. Every subtle sound, every gentle sway of plant life feels like a whisper of reassurance. I am here with you. A family of fireflies emerges, blinking softly in the darkness, their tiny lights drifting lazily above the meadow. You watch them move with deliberate patience, feeling an inner sense of rhythm as you follow their delicate dance. Each flicker reminds you that God's guidance often comes in small, luminous moments, subtle yet certain. You kneel to let a handful of the cool, damp grass brush across your fingertips, noticing how each blade bends and returns to its upright position, a quiet mirror of resilience and steadfastness under God's care. Near the edge of the meadow, a small brook winds gently through low hills, its water catching the silver moonlight in tiny sparkles like a string of delicate stars laid upon the earth. You walk slowly toward it, listening to the soft ripple as water meets stone, imagining it carrying away any lingering worries, doubts or burdens. You dip your fingers in, feeling the coolness ripple through your hand, each drop a tiny messenger of renewal, a tangible sign of God's constant refreshment and provision. Above, the moon's reflection shimmers on the surface of the water, broken into 1,000 dancing fragments. You kneel beside the brook, pressing your palm lightly on the surface, watching the ripples stretch outward and fade, a meditation in motion. It occurs to you that faith, like the water, moves quietly yet relentlessly through life, reaching every corner with gentle persistence. Each ripple becomes a small prayer, each reflection a reminder that God's light, however distant it may seem, always reaches and illuminates. A soft rustle draws your attention to a small group of deer emerging from the tree line. They move gracefully, their ears twitching with alertness, yet their steps are unhurried, deliberate. You remain still, allowing them space, and observe their quiet attentiveness. There is a serene lesson here in stillness and patience, a reflection of God's care for all living creatures. In this moment you feel a subtle kinship with the animals, as though the meadow itself is a cathedral of calm, each movement a hymn of quiet praise. Your gaze drifts to the distant hills, softened by the moon's gentle glow. Shadows of trees stretch across the terrain, their shapes changing with the movement of the breeze. You walk slowly, barefoot now, letting the cool grass cushion each step. The meadow seems to stretch infinitely, a vast and protective expanse, as if God's embrace has taken physical form in the rolling landscape. A night bird calls softly in the distance, its song gentle, almost reverent, filling the space between the trees and hills, threading the night with soft melody. Pausing again, you lie back gently on the soft grass, feeling its damp coolness through your clothes. The stars above, countless and steady, feel like scattered prayers shining down, a reminder of God's unwavering presence across time and space. Each constellation seems familiar and comforting, as if the heavens themselves are quietly watching over you, attuned to your heartbeat and breath. You take a slow, deep inhale, letting the fresh night air fill your lungs, and exhale the tension held there, letting God's tranquility settle into every muscle, every thought. A gentle breeze carries the faint scent of distant pine and wild herbs, mingling with the warmth of the night air on your skin. You reach out to brush your hand along a cluster of low-lying flowers, feeling their delicate texture and noticing the subtle dew upon each petal. Every small detail, the way the moonlight touches the petals, the faint shimmer of dew, the quiet motion of the grass, becomes a testament to divine care, an intimate reminder that God watches and tends each detail with infinite tenderness. Nearby, a cluster of cattails sways gently at the edge of the brook. The rustling sound, soft and repetitive, lulls your thoughts into quiet contemplation. You trace your fingers along a single stem, noticing the smoothness, the gentle bend, the tiny seeds clinging to the fibers. Even in this smallness, there is a quiet miracle, life, resilience, and God's persistent care visible in every detail. Each small observation becomes a meditation, a rhythm of awareness and gratitude, allowing your spirit to settle further into a state of calm. The moon climbs higher, casting a soft, encompassing light over the meadow. Shadows lengthen and shift gently as if moving with the flow of your thoughts. You rise slowly to stand, stretching your arms lightly, feeling the cool night air wrap around your shoulders. Every breath, every movement connects you to the quiet pulse of life in the meadow. The whispering wind, the glinting fireflies, the gentle murmur of the brook all converge into a symphony of serene presence, a sacred stillness that seems to embody God's enduring, watchful care. You walk back along the path through the meadow, each step slow, deliberate, allowing the cool night to seep into your bones. Your heart feels lighter, your mind clearer, as the combined gifts of moonlight, gentle air, and natural rhythm remind you of God's closeness. Tiny crickets hum in the grass, blending with the faint splash of the brook and distant owl calls, creating a tapestry of soft, continuous sound. You let yourself move with it, letting each beat of nature's rhythms synchronize with your own heartbeat, breathing in peace, exhaling worry. At the meadow's edge, the pines stand like silent sentinels, their silhouettes stark against the moonlit sky. You step beneath them, feeling the change in air, cooler and calmer, the faint scent of needles brushing your senses. Here, in the shadow of ancient trees and open sky, you pause to fold your hands quietly, offering a simple prayer of gratitude for the night, for the quiet, for the unspoken presence of God that surrounds you in every detail. Soft wind through meadow grass. The meadow, the moonlight, the quiet animals, the whispering water, all hold a space for reflection, for the gentle communion of spirit and earth. You feel yourself settle more deeply into the stillness, allowing each breath and subtle sound to carry you toward rest. Your body loosens, your mind softens, and in this tender awareness, you find the sense of being wholly held, wholly cared for by the creator of the meadow, the night, and your own beating heart. Along the quiet riverbank, God's presence flows like gentle water. The night has deepened, yet the world feels softly alive. You find yourself walking along the edge of a silent river, its surface smooth and dark, reflecting the faint shimmer of distant stars. The water moves in a steady, deliberate rhythm, carrying with it the whisper of time and the subtle assurance that everything unfolds under God's watchful care. The gentle lap against the riverbank is almost musical, a quiet, continuous hymn that seems to harmonize with your own breathing, soothing the tension from your shoulders and the lingering thoughts from the day. Along the path, dew glistens on low-growing plants, tiny jewels in the muted light. Each step sinks softly into the damp earth, grounding you, reminding you that even in the darkness there is substance, stability, and care. The air is cool but tender, carrying a faint scent of wet stone and moss, mingled with the earthy aroma of water-loving flowers that lean slightly toward the river's flow. You notice a small leaf drifting along the surface, its slow journey downstream a gentle metaphor of trust, as though even the smallest creation moves under divine guidance. You pause to kneel at the water's edge, letting your fingers brush the smooth surface. The cool touch sends a tiny shiver through you, not of discomfort, but of awareness, a quiet acknowledgement of life, of God's presence in the minutiae of the world. Tiny ripples spread from where your hand meets the water, each one stretching outward, fading slowly, like the soft echo of a whispered prayer. In this gentle motion you feel a subtle conversation with the divine, patient, enduring, unhurried, a reminder that God's work continues even in moments unseen, untouched, and serene. The moon has risen higher now, spilling silver over the river's surface. Its light dances along the small waves, creating a rhythm of flickering that mirrors the quiet pulse of your heart. Fireflies hover at the river's edge, their tiny lights blinking softly in irregular patterns, each one a small testament to wonder, to the beauty present in the ordinary. You watch them for a while, feeling an internal settling, the mind slowing, the body sinking into a peaceful receptivity to the world around you. A family of ducks drifts lazily across the river, leaving behind small trails in the water. The soft plop of water droplets and the gentle ripple of their movement are delicate, soothing sounds. You imagine God's care flowing similarly, constant, persistent, tender, shaping life and circumstance in quiet ways that are often invisible, yet deeply significant. You trace the motion of the water with your eyes, noting the way currents twist around a submerged rock, forming small eddies and loops, reminders that even in the subtle turns of life there is pattern, direction, and intention. Along the riverbank, small stones and pebbles glint faintly under the moonlight. You pick one up, feeling its smooth, cool surface, turning it gently between your fingers. The tactile sensation is grounding, a simple connection to the world God has made. You toss it lightly into the water, listening to the soft plunk as it breaks the surface. Watching the ripples expand outward, you consider how small actions, simple gestures, prayers or acts of kindness can spread unseen through the lives of others, carrying hope, light and grace farther than you might imagine. A light breeze stirs the surface, sending faint quivers through the water and brushing the leaves of overhanging trees. The sound is barely perceptible, yet it creates a layered chorus alongside the gentle lap of the river and the soft calls of night creatures. You breathe in, long and steady, and with each exhale release a fragment of worry, fear, or lingering doubt. In this quiet exhalation, a sense of God's proximity becomes palpable, a gentle presence that neither demands attention nor forces itself, but simply exists, a constant source of steadiness, comfort and quiet assurance. Further along, the river widens slightly, revealing reflections of the surrounding hills and distant clusters of trees. Their mirrored shapes in the water ripple softly with every slight movement of the current. You imagine yourself part of this reflection, at peace in the embrace of creation, a small but valued participant in the vast, carefully orchestrated world God sustains. Each reflection, though imperfect in the water, reminds you that God sees all clearly, perfectly, lovingly, without judgment or hurry. Small creatures scurry along the riverbank, a mouse, a frog, insects, whose quiet hums add texture to the night soundscape. You observe them with gentle attention, noting their measured movements and tiny, determined acts of survival. Even these smallest lives, so easily overlooked, carry significance in the eyes of the Creator, and their steady presence becomes a quiet encouragement. You bend down to place your hand briefly on a patch of moss, feeling its soft density, the gentle resilience in its fibers. It seems to echo God's promise that all life, no matter how small, is held and sustained. A faint mist begins to rise from the water, curling into the air with a delicate persistence, blurring edges, softening the contours of the river and banks. You inhale its cool scent, feeling it fill the spaces between your thoughts with stillness. It is a natural cloak, a gentle invitation to surrender, to release control, to trust in the quiet, patient movement of God's providence. You stand slowly, letting your feet adjust to the uneven bank, feeling the comfort of solid earth under each step as you continue along the path, guided by moonlight and the faint whisper of the river. The stars overhead continue their slow dance, countless points of light scattered across the vast black expanse. You pause once more, looking up, feeling the expansiveness of the universe fold into an intimate sense of God's care for you. The river's steady flow, the glimmering moon, the fireflies, the rustling leaves, all converge into a tapestry of quiet attention, a reminder that every element of creation participates in sustaining and comforting those who seek solace in the divine. You move forward along the bank, noticing how the river narrows slightly, creating small pools where water swirls quietly around submerged stones. You sit gently on the grass near one of these pools, letting your hands trail lightly in the water, feeling the subtle currents tease your fingers. The sensation is meditative, each movement small and deliberate, an exercise in calm awareness, a gentle communion with the present moment and the ever-flowing life God has made. As you watch the moonlight shimmer and the small waves fold upon themselves, you feel a soft internal expansion, a sense that peace has not only settled around you but within you. The night sounds, the distant owl, the gentle rush of the river, the whispering trees compose a lullaby without words, a song of God's constancy, patience, and tenderness. You close your eyes briefly, letting the rhythm of the water, the night, and your own slow breathing carry you into deeper serenity. Every ripple, every flicker of light, every small sound becomes a channel for reflection, gratitude, and trust. The river does not rush, yet it moves steadily, reminding you that life, faith, and grace unfold gently over time. You release a final deep exhale, letting it carry any remaining tension, any lingering worry, and in that simple act, feel a profound reassurance. You are safe, you are held, and you are never alone. Soft river flow at night, the river's calm, the night's gentle embrace, and the whispering wind through nearby trees, all combine to cradle your spirit, allowing you to sink deeper into trust, into stillness, and into the quiet, persistent presence of God that flows as surely as the water before you. In the soft twilight, God's gentle care blankets the meadow. The evening stretches slowly across the horizon, painting the sky in muted shades of lavender and rose, as if the world itself is taking a quiet, deliberate breath. You walk through a meadow, the grass soft beneath your feet, glistening faintly with dew, each blade catching the last shimmer of sunlight that lingers in the air. The breeze carries the subtle scent of wildflowers, mingled with the earthy perfume of cooling soil, and you feel a deep calm settle into your shoulders, releasing the burdens of the day. Crickets begin their nightly chorus, soft, rhythmic, almost hypnotic in its repetition. Their quiet song blends with the distant murmur of a stream winding its way through the meadow, adding a gentle undercurrent to the evening's symphony. Every sound, though small and understated, becomes a signal of life's constancy and God's care. You pause to watch a small rabbit cautiously emerge from the tall grass, its movements tender and deliberate, and you marvel at the quiet attention given to even the tiniest creatures, as if God's eyes linger on every life with equal love. A warm glow appears on the horizon as the last rays of the sun fall beneath distant hills. Shadows stretch long across the meadow, softening the edges of everything around you. You feel the pull of these shadows not as fear, but as a comforting reminder of the cycles of life, of rest and renewal, of endings that promise beginnings. The moment invites stillness. You sit cross-legged in the grass, letting your hands rest lightly on your knees, and close your eyes for just a heartbeat, tuning into the subtle movements of the meadow, the gentle sway of grass, the faint rustle of leaves, the distant muffled song of a night bird. Opening your eyes, you notice fireflies beginning their quiet dance, floating lazily above the grass in unpredictable patterns. Each flicker is a whisper of light in the growing darkness, a tiny miracle, and it brings an internal sigh of gratitude. You watch them for several minutes, following their slow, meandering paths, feeling the rhythm of their movements sync with your own heart, slow and steady, each beat a gentle affirmation that God is present in all things, seen and unseen. Nearby, a small cluster of daisies bends slightly under the evening breeze. You bend down to touch one gently, feeling the soft resilience of its petals. It is a small act, almost imperceptible in the grand meadow, yet it carries a sense of connectedness, as if acknowledging the quiet presence of the Creator in every detail. In this intimacy with nature, you feel a subtle conversation with God, not spoken aloud, but deeply understood, a dialogue of awareness, presence, and gentle guidance. The sky darkens further, stars emerging in soft clusters across the heavens. One bright star catches your gaze, holding it for a moment longer than the others. You breathe slowly, letting the cool night air fill your lungs, and in this steady rhythm you notice the small, deliberate acts of care that have filled your day. A kind word offered, a quiet moment of prayer, a gentle helping hand. Each action, though seemingly small, reflects the love and patience that God extends to all, and a warmth spreads through your chest, quiet but profound. A faint rustle draws your attention to a small hedgerow at the meadow's edge, where a fox cautiously observes the twilight. Its eyes are calm, curious, unthreatened, as though it too senses the overarching presence of something larger than itself. You watch the fox for a few moments, appreciating its quiet grace, and you sense a reflection of yourself, cautious, tender, yet fully part of a world held together by divine care. The stream nearby catches the reflection of the deepening sky, transforming the water into a ribbon of silver and violet. You kneel at its edge, dipping your fingers gently into the cool flow. The sensation is grounding, a tangible connection to the life surrounding you, each ripple a gentle reminder that God's presence is not distant, but moving alongside you, constant, patient and sustaining. Tiny fish stir beneath the surface, their subtle movements creating minute disturbances in the mirrored sky, tiny disruptions that somehow enhance the overall harmony of the evening. As the meadow darkens further, you notice the gentle flicker of lanterns hung in the distance by an unseen hand. Their light is soft, warm, comforting, like the flicker of a candle in a quiet room. You imagine these lights as symbols of divine guidance. Small, steady points illuminating paths through the darkness. Quiet assurances that you are never truly alone. Each lantern seems to pulse in rhythm of your own heartbeat, a silent message of presence and protection. The wind rustles through the tall grasses, carrying the soft sighs of the meadow itself. You close your eyes again, feeling the night's embrace, the soft brush of air on your cheeks, the subtle vibration of life on the earth beneath you, the gentle chorus of crickets and night birds. Every detail speaks of patience, of enduring love, and of the tender rhythm that governs the world when observed with gentle attention. You sense a deep, unspoken peace settling into your bones, a quiet renewal that flows as steadily as the stream. You notice a small toad near the stream, its movements deliberate and careful. Observing it, you are reminded that life thrives even in simplicity, in humility, and that God's love extends to all, large and small. This reflection brings a quiet smile to your lips, a tender awareness of the constancy of divine care. You take a deep breath, letting the scent of damp earth and of evening flowers fill your senses, allowing yourself to fully inhabit this moment of calm attentiveness. Stars continue to appear, faint and brilliant against the deepening indigo of the sky. The moon rises higher, its light spilling silver across the meadow, turning ordinary blades of grass and clusters of flowers into objects of gentle wonder. You lie down briefly on the soft earth, letting your hands rest lightly on your chest, feeling the subtle rise and fall of your breath in harmony with the quiet pulse of the meadow. The night air is cool and comforting, brushing past your skin like a whispered blessing. A gentle owl hoots in the distance, a slow, steady sound that resonates across the quiet fields. You imagine this call as a soft communication, a marker of time and presence, another layer in the symphony of the night. Your heartbeat slows further, and you feel a subtle deepening of trust, a recognition that God's hand is steady even in moments that seem ordinary or small. Every element of the meadow, the stars, the moon, the river's distant glimmer, the insect chorus, feels imbued with meaning, a reminder that life is held tenderly, cared for with infinite patience. Fireflies continue their erratic, delicate dance, and you watch the soft patterns of light weaving through the grass. Their unpredictable brilliance a comforting reminder that beauty can appear quietly, without demand, simply by being. You feel your thoughts slowing, the mind uncluttering, a gentle receptivity opening within you. In this openness, a sense of God's peace flows, steady, enveloping and nurturing. You rise slowly, feeling the earth beneath your feet, the soft brush of grass against your hands, the gentle caress of night air on your face. With every deliberate, measured step, a feeling of quiet assurance grows, that life, no matter how small or ordinary it may seem, is held in the gentle, unwavering care of the divine. The meadow is silent now, except for its natural whispers, yet that silence is not emptiness, it is fullness, a sacred presence that invites reflection, trust and calm. Beneath the moon's gentle light, God's presence embraces you entirely. The night deepens, folding the world into a soft silver tranquility. The moon rises slowly above the horizon, casting a calm glow over the landscape, bathing each hill, tree and stream in luminous serenity. You walk along a familiar path, the stones beneath your feet cool and steady, the grass soft at the edges of the trail. Each breath is measured, deliberate, a rhythm that matches the gentle pulse of life all around you. There is a hush, not of emptiness, but of quiet reverence, a sacred stillness that speaks of God's constant care.
hover silently from branch to branch, their wings brushing the cool night air. In the distance, a river reflects the moonlight, moving in soft ripples that glimmer like scattered pearls. You pause at its edge, resting your hands lightly on a smooth stone, feeling the subtle vibration of water flowing beneath your fingers. The sound, quiet and unhurried, fills the space between thoughts, inviting you to let go of lingering worries, releasing tension into the embrace of the night.
The trees sway gently with a whispering wind, each leaf moving with deliberate grace. Their shadows stretch across the forest floor, weaving a pattern of light and dark that seems almost alive. You notice the subtle dance of nocturnal insects and the faint glimmer of a firefly or two, each flicker a tiny testament to the wonder of creation. These minute details, so easily overlooked during the day, now appear as deliberate signs of God's tenderness, a reminder that care is found in the smallest of acts, in the quietest of spaces. A soft hoot from an owl echoes across the moonlit clearing, and you notice a fox quietly stepping along the edge of the trees. Its eyes, luminous in the night, meet yours for a fleeting moment. In that brief encounter, you sense an understanding that life, in all its creatures, is tended by the same gentle hand that watches over you. You breathe deeply, letting the cool air fill your lungs, and feel a sense of connection ripple through your chest. A subtle assurance that you are never alone, that each step is guided, each moment observed with care. You continue walking until a small clearing opens before you, a natural sanctuary cradled by trees on all sides. In its centre, a bed of soft moss cushions your feet. You kneel, letting your hands rest lightly on your thighs, and close your eyes for a moment. The night air is fragrant with the scent of earth and blossoms, and a faint rustle of leaves reminds you of the gentle pulse of life. In this quiet sanctuary, your heart feels an expansive stillness, as though each exhale carries away lingering doubts and fears, replaced by a soft, abiding peace. A gentle stream arcs along one side of the clearing, the water catching the moonlight in delicate patterns. You kneel closer, letting your fingers trail through its cool current. Tiny fish dart beneath your touch, quicksilver and effortless, and you marvel at the simplicity and perfection of their movements. It is here, in these small, unassuming wonders, that God's presence feels most tangible, a steady, unwavering force, silent yet potent, guiding all life with quiet grace. The stars emerge in full brilliance above the canopy, each a pinprick of light in the infinite sky. You tilt your head back, letting your gaze settle on them, tracing constellations familiar from years past, constellations whose names you may have learned long ago, but whose beauty feels renewed in this tranquil night. Each star seems a beacon, a small lighthouse in the vastness, mirroring the quiet guidance God offers. Steady, patient, unwavering, you feel a deep reverence, a humbling recognition of your smallness and the expansive care that surrounds you. From the treetops, the soft murmur of a night bird drifts down, its call a delicate thread in the tapestry of the evening. You imagine its song as a prayer itself, an offering to the Creator, and you let your own heartbeat sync with the rhythm of the woods. Your thoughts slow, gentle recollections of the day washing over you like a calm tide. Each memory, each interaction, each small kindness offered or received becomes a point of light within, a reflection of God's love mirrored in your own life. You lie down on the moss, feeling its softness contour to your body. The earth beneath you is steady, the night sky above unchanging yet alive with subtle movement. You close your eyes fully, letting your awareness expand beyond your own form, sensing the meadow, the trees, the river, the animals, and the countless invisible threads of life connecting all. A quiet assurance settles in your chest, a deep warmth that everything exists within God's gentle keeping, that each moment is tenderly watched over, each life held in sacred attention. The wind brushes through the clearing, carrying the faint scent of pine and wildflowers. You inhale slowly, each breath a meditation, and exhale fully, releasing any remnants of worry. The gentle rhythm of night surrounds you, crickets in the grass, the distant trickle of the stream, leaves rustling softly overhead. Each sound, each subtle vibration reinforces the truth that the world is alive, that God is present in the smallest of details, and that peace is always accessible in the quiet, attentive moments. A soft moonbeam touches your face, warming your cheeks in the cool night. You imagine it as the touch of God's hand, gentle, reassuring, a caress that says all is well, all is as it should be. You feel your eyelids grow heavy, the body sinking comfortably into the moss, mind uncluttering, thoughts slowing. Even as darkness deepens, there is no fear, only trust, serenity, and the comfort of being held entirely within a vast and tender love. A rabbit emerges from the edge of the clearing, moving cautiously yet gracefully. You watch it pause near the stream, drink lightly, and move on, its presence small but significant in the silence. In these fleeting encounters, the depth of God's care becomes clear, for creatures, for the earth, and for you. Each movement, each breath, each moment of life is attended with the same unwavering attention. The moon climbs higher, its light now spilling across the clearing like liquid silver. Shadows dance softly across the ground, shifting with the breeze. You close your eyes once more, breathing in the tranquility, letting the night envelop every part of you. Your body relaxes completely. Your thoughts drift like clouds across a quiet sky, and your heart fills with a slow, steady warmth, the reassurance of God's abiding presence. You whisper a quiet prayer, not needing words beyond the simple acknowledgement of being held, of being loved, of being fully seen. Each breath becomes a gentle hymn, each beat of your heart a soft echo of gratitude. The meadow, the moon, the flowing stream, and the chorus of night sounds all conspire to create a cocoon of stillness and peace, a sanctuary in which you can rest completely. A final hush settles over the meadow. The stars shimmer faintly, the moon's glow softens, and the gentle night continues its quiet vigil. You feel yourself drifting towards sleep, secure, loved, and gently guided. All worries, all doubts, all noise from the day fade into the background. Only the soft, tender rhythm of life and the unspoken, steadfast presence of God remain. The fading glow of the sunset reminds us of God's steady presence, even as the day winds down. The sky, brushed with the softest shades of purple and gold, draped itself over the quiet hills. As the sun slipped lower, a gentle warmth lingered, brushing the tips of the grass with a tender light, as though God himself were tracing his fingers over the world. You could feel it in the slight hum of the wind through the trees, carrying with it a fragrance of late blooming flowers, a reminder of small joys tucked into everyday life. Walking along a familiar path, you notice the subtle sway of wildflowers beside a worn wooden fence, each petal catching the last rays of sun, trembling slightly as though in silent prayer. Your feet crunch softly over the gravel, each step a quiet rhythm, and in that rhythm there is a comfort, a reassurance that you are held, that even in the ordinary God's presence is a gentle companion, A small stream murmurs nearby, water lapping against stones with a lulling cadence. You pause, watching the light scatter on the surface, shimmering like tiny stars caught in motion. The simple act of breathing deeply, inhaling the evening air, feels like a prayer without words, a conversation with God carried in the heartbeat and the slow exhalation. Here, in the hush of twilight, the burdens of the day dissolve into the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of a lone bird returning to its nest. Memories surface, moments when life was quieter, laughter shared over simple meals, the softness of a loved one's hand. And with each recollection comes gratitude, quietly whispering to your soul, "You are not alone. I am with you." These are not grand miracles, not the thunder and fire of scripture tales, but small, enduring signs of grace. The warmth of a sun-drenched porch, the gentle sway of a rocking chair, the scent of herbs in the evening breeze. You find yourself sitting on the edge of a worn bench, the wood smooth from years of use. Each groove a testimony to those who came before. Hands resting in your lap, you close your eyes for a moment, letting the sound of the wind weave through your thoughts, carrying your cares upward, as if each sigh is met with a silent nod from God. The sense of safety is profound, like a child tucked beneath the comforting folds of a blanket, or a sparrow sheltered beneath the canopy of a sturdy oak. A candle flickers faintly in the nearby window, its light steady despite the gentle sway of branches outside. You imagine that same light shining within your heart, warming the corners often left cold by doubt or worry. And even as shadows lengthen, stretching across the earth like quiet whispers, you feel God's presence unfailing, a constant companion through the soft hush of evening. The bench creaks softly as you shift, glancing at the horizon where the last glow fades. There is no need for hurried prayers. Your heart speaks in its own language, in sighs and slow rhythms, in a stillness that is both surrender and trust. You are reminded that faith is often found not in the clamour of grand moments, but in quiet endurance, in noticing the gentle, persistent evidence of God's care. As night gathers and the first stars appear, tiny lights scattered across the sky, each one seems a whisper from heaven. You are seen, you are known, you are beloved. The rhythm of life continues, steady and kind, and your mind rests on the assurance that God's watchful eye moves with you through the night, guarding your dreams and weaving peace into the fabric of your soul. The silver glow of the moon whispers quiet reminders of God's gentle presence. The moon rose slowly, a silver lantern hanging above the rolling hills, casting a gentle glow over the familiar landscape. Each leaf and blade of grass seemed touched with quiet grace, shimmering faintly in the light, as if the night itself were breathing a soft hymn. The world, hushed and still, felt sacred, every shadow a gentle fold of God's care, every rustle of leaves a reminder that life moves in quiet rhythms, steady and faithful. Walking along the narrow garden path, you notice how the dew clings to petals and leaves, tiny crystal lanterns that catch the moonlight. Your fingers brush softly over a rose, the scent delicate, faintly sweet, carrying you back to childhood evenings spent watching stars from a porch swing. In these small encounters, faith feels like the gentle pulse of life itself, unseen, yet deeply present. A small stream nearby mirrors the moon's reflection, rippling lightly over smooth stones. You pause, letting the sound of the water draw you into stillness, inhaling the cool, clean night air. Your thoughts settle, moving away from worry or memory into the soft embrace of quiet trust. Each exhale seems to release burdens you had carried through the day, while each inhale brings with it the reassurance of God's constancy. Across the field, an old oak stands silhouetted, its branches spread wide, embracing the night sky. It is a silent witness, steadfast, much like the presence of God in your life, unchanging, strong, a shelter through countless nights. You imagine resting beneath those branches, letting the moonlight spill gently across your shoulders, warming your heart in ways words cannot capture. The distant hoot of an owl punctuates the stillness, a soft echo of life moving quietly in the dark. Crickets murmur in unison, a lullaby of small sounds orchestrated in perfect harmony. Each moment invites reflection, the gentle passing of time, the subtle blessings often unnoticed, the quiet nudges toward gratitude and mindfulness. Here, in the moonlit solitude, the ordinary becomes extraordinary, suffused with the gentle hand of God guiding every shadow and shimmer of light. You settle onto a smooth stone by the edge of the stream, letting the coolness touch your palms. The rhythmic lap of water against the bank mirrors the beating of your own heart, steady, unhurried. You offer a silent prayer, a breath of thanks for small mercies, for shelter, for warmth, for the constancy of the moon above. The act is simple, yet profound. Faith expressed in stillness, in gentle awareness, in the quiet acceptance of God's presence in all things. As you watch, fireflies begin to appear, tiny sparks dancing through the night air. Each flicker is a tiny affirmation. Life continues in quiet wonder, even in the darkest hours. You smile softly, recognizing the light in these small creatures as a reflection of the eternal light that guides and sustains you. Your mind, often busy with thought, now rests, lulled by the harmony of moonlight, water, and whispering leaves. Even as the night deepens, the sense of safety remains. God's presence feels tangible, as if the moon itself carries a promise of protection and peace. You rise slowly, brushing your hands together, feeling the soft texture of earth beneath your fingertips. Each step along the path is deliberate, mindful, a silent acknowledgement of guidance unseen yet unfailing. The pines sway softly, sharing secrets only the night and God can hear. The forest edge opens before you, the tall pines standing like quiet sentinels under the fading twilight. Their needles whisper together with the wind, a soft, continuous hum, a gentle song that seems older than memory itself. You take a slow step along the winding path, feeling the soft carpet of fallen needles underfoot. Every sound, the faint rustle of small creatures, the distant splash of a hidden stream, becomes part of a symphony of reassurance, a reminder of God's presence in every corner of creation. A single pine cone lies nearby, partially hidden among the undergrowth. You pick it up, feeling its rough texture against your palm, a simple gift from the earth. The detail, the care in its design reminds you of the divine attention in even the smallest things. You trace your fingers along its scales, thinking of how God tends to every heart, every quiet hope, with equal care and precision. Above, the last light of sunset lingers, painting the sky with muted shades of lavender and rose. The fading warmth brushes your cheeks as you pause, breathing deeply. A soft exhale carries away tension, carrying with it the acknowledgement of human frailty and the gentle reassurance that, even in the quiet corners of life, God watches, protecting, guiding and comforting. You notice a cluster of tiny wildflowers along the path, their petals closed in the twilight, like small prayers tucked away in the folds of night. Bending gently, you let your fingers hover over them, as if offering a silent blessing. In this small gesture, the ordinary transforms. The act of noticing, of touching lightly, of breathing slowly becomes a moment of connection to the divine. A squirrel pauses on a nearby branch, watching with bright, curious eyes before disappearing into the shadows. You smile quietly, reminded that life continues in its gentle rhythm, that each being, seen or unseen, carries purpose and meaning in God's care. Your heart, often heavy with thought, feels lighter, buoyed by the soft cadence of nature, by the understanding that you are never truly alone. The stream murmurs in the distance, its water moving with patient consistency over smooth stones. You move toward it, listening to the liquid hymn, letting the sound settle into the corners of your mind. Sitting by its edge, you dip your fingers into the cool water, feeling the smooth stones beneath, the soft current brushing lightly against your skin. Each sensation is a reminder of God's touch, gentle, sustaining, persistent, and kind. Fireflies emerge again, their tiny lanterns punctuating the dusk with quiet brilliance. Watching them, your thoughts drift to moments of grace in your own life, simple gestures of love or kindness that shine, however briefly, against the vastness of time. You offer a whispered prayer of gratitude for these moments, allowing them to fill your chest with warmth and calm. You lean back against the base of a pine, letting your head rest on its sturdy trunk. The scent of sap, earthy and comforting, mingles with the crisp night air. Your eyes close briefly, and even in the darkness, the awareness of God's presence flows through you like the gentle wind through the branches. Each heartbeat is a rhythm of reassurance, steady, unbroken, a lullaby of faith and peace. A single lantern glows softly, guiding hearts towards stillness and God's presence. As twilight deepens into night, the lantern sits gently on the porch railing, its flame flickering in quiet rhythm with your breath. The warm glow spills across the wooden boards, tracing delicate patterns of light and shadow, inviting you to pause, to be present, to notice the small details that often pass unseen. Each flicker seems to echo a gentle heartbeat, reminding you that life, in its simplest form, is held within the embrace of God's care. You walk slowly toward the lantern, feeling the texture of the railing under your fingertips, smooth from years of use yet still warm from the day's sun. The air carries the faint scent of blooming jasmine from the garden below, mingling with the earthy aroma of the nearby forest. You inhale deeply, letting the fragrance fill your lungs, a quiet communion with the world around you and the Creator who shaped it so tenderly. A soft rustle draws your attention to the garden path where a small rabbit pauses, its ears twitching in alertness before it continues on its careful journey. You watch silently, noting its delicate movements, the gentle weight of its steps on the dewy grass. In these tiny, careful gestures, the quiet diligence of life becomes a mirror of divine patience and care. You offer a silent prayer, whispering thanks for the small miracles that surround you, for the steady rhythm of night, and for the assurance that God watches even in moments that feel hidden and ordinary. The lantern's glow dances across a small wooden bench, inviting you to sit. You settle onto its worn surface, feeling the cool wood beneath you. A gentle breeze stirs, carrying the faint murmur of the stream beyond the trees. Its water moves with quiet consistency over smooth stones, a constant presence that has known both seasons of drought and flood. The sound of it calms your racing thoughts, like the soft recitation of a lullaby, each ripple a note of trust, each splash a gentle reminder that you are not alone. From the darkness, the chorus of night creatures rises softly. Crickets sing, frogs croak, and an owl calls in measured tones. Their music is simple yet profound, a harmonious blend of life moving according to God's design. You close your eyes and imagine the unseen movements of creation, the flutter of moths around the lantern, the gentle sway of tall grasses in the wind, the slow, deliberate passage of the stars across the night sky. Each is a testament to the quiet rhythm of the world, a rhythm that mirrors the steady constancy of God's love. Your hands rest lightly on your lap, fingers tracing patterns in the folds of your clothing. You notice the small imperfections, the tiny frays and wrinkles that speak of years of living, of days filled with work, love, loss and joy. You acknowledge them without judgment, offering them to God in gentle acceptance, feeling a quiet peace as you recognize that every wrinkle, every line, every small scar carries a story held safely in divine hands. The lantern flickers again, a soft pulse of warmth and light. You imagine it as a tiny sun in the night, a beacon guiding not only your eyes but your heart. You whisper a prayer for those you love, for those who are weary, for those whose nights are restless. You picture them bathed in the same gentle glow, feeling God's presence wrap around them like a warm blanket, quieting fear, easing tension, and bringing a gentle, healing calm. A breeze stirs the nearby curtains, brushing them softly against the window frame. You reach out and let your fingers catch the fabric, feeling the cool texture. And as you release it, you watch the curtains settle back into stillness. The motion is small but deliberate, a subtle rhythm that echoes the steady care with which God moves through your life. You breathe in deeply, savoring the gentle interplay of movement and stillness, of light and shadow, of presence and silence. Above, the stars emerge slowly, one by one, each a point of light in the vast dark sky. You watch them shimmer, and your thoughts drift to the immensity of God's creation, the constancy of divine love that stretches across time and space. You feel your heart lift slightly, buoyed by the realization that even the smallest spark of light, no matter how far away, contributes to the grand design. Each star is a whisper of God's promise, each twinkle a message of hope, a sign that even in darkness, guidance and grace are present. Your gaze returns to the lantern, its flame steady now, unshaken by the gentle night breeze. You imagine that same flame within your own heart, a soft light of faith, of trust, of quiet confidence in God's presence. It warms you from within, radiating outward, touching every corner of your being. The world beyond may be vast, uncertain and sometimes wearying, but within this small circle of light, in this moment there is safety, serenity and a gentle assurance that God is near. The pines sway softly, sharing secrets only God can hear. As the lantern's glow fades into the broader night, your gaze shifts to the tall pines standing sentinel along the edge of the meadow. Each tree stretches upward, needles whispering against one another as if sharing secrets meant for the heavens alone. You take a slow, deliberate breath, letting the cool night air fill your lungs and settle in your chest. And with it comes a gentle awareness of God's quiet presence in every trembling leaf, every sway of branch. Walking along the soft path beneath their shade, your fingers brush against the rough bark, feeling its texture etched by years of wind, rain and sun. Each indentation and groove tells a story of resilience, of standing steadfast in the storm, of bending yet not breaking, reminding you that life too can be tenderly shaped by God's unseen hands. The scent of pine mingles with the faint, sweet aroma of wildflowers nearby, and you pause to breathe deeply, offering thanks for these simple gifts that ground you in the rhythm of creation. A gentle rustle at the edge of your vision draws your attention to a small fawn stepping lightly among the underbrush. Its ears flick back and forth, sensing the night world in a language you cannot hear but can feel in your heart. The fawn pauses, looks toward you with wide, trusting eyes, and then continues on its careful journey. You watch, breath held softly, sensing in its careful movements the quiet assurance that God watches over all creatures, even the most delicate and fleeting. You whisper a prayer for guidance, for patience, for the soft unfolding of life according to His will. You settle beneath one of the older pines, sitting on a cushion of fallen needles that spring softly beneath your weight. Your hands rest lightly on your knees, fingers tracing gentle circles, and you let your eyes wander over the moonlit meadow beyond. Shadows stretch lazily across the grass, pooling and stretching as if moving in slow communion with the unseen rhythms of God's world. Each shadow seems to hold a memory, a prayer, a gentle sigh, all blending together into a quiet symphony of night. In the distance, a brook murmurs its steady, comforting song, threading through rocks and roots with deliberate patience. You listen, letting the sound fill the spaces between your thoughts. Each ripple is a note of assurance, each gentle splash a soft reminder that God's care is unceasing, flowing in and through everything, seen and unseen. You allow your mind to drift like a leaf on the water, following the current of trust and surrender, feeling the weight of worry lift, replaced by a calm that grows steadily with every breath. The pines sway above you, brushing their needles together in a tender, continuous murmur. You close your eyes and imagine each whisper as a message from God, a reassurance that you are known, you are seen, you are loved. Your heart softens in the quiet, opening slowly, gently, like a flower unfurling its petals to the dawn. You think of the people you love, those near and far, and you send quiet blessings toward them, imagining each one wrapped in the gentle embrace of God's care. A soft breeze stirs, carrying with it the distant fragrance of evening blooms and the earthy scent of moss and soil. It brushes against your skin like the touch of a familiar hand, gentle and reassuring. You feel the weight of the day melting away, carried on the wings of night, replaced by a tender serenity that seems to seep into every muscle, every thought, every quiet corner of your mind. Even the faint rhythmic hoot of an owl becomes part of this soothing lullaby, marking the passage of time in measured, sacred cadence. You reach out, letting your fingertips graze the pine needles above you, noting how the light catches on each one, reflecting soft silver and green against the dark sky. A spider's delicate web glimmers faintly in the lantern light behind you, catching a few stray sparkles of moonlight. You watch it carefully, marveling at the precision, the patience, the intricate work of creation, a tiny masterpiece that testifies to God's infinite care, even in the smallest of details. The meadow stretches wide before you, dotted with shadows of tall grasses and the occasional flower bowing under the gentle weight of dew. Each element seems to breathe, to sway, to participate in this quiet worship of life. You whisper a soft prayer, thanking God for the simple blessings. The rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of water, the scent of earth, the cool night air. And as you whisper, you feel the answer in the gentle pulse of the world around you, a soft reassurance that peace is present, flowing through all things, touching all hearts.
Your eyes rise to the heavens, watching the stars emerge slowly one by one, piercing the dark sky with gentle points of light. Each star seems deliberate, placed with care, a whisper of God's constancy and love. And you let yourself imagine in silent watchfulness a cosmic lullaby that has spanned millennia, steady and unhurried. Your heart feels the weight of awe and gratitude, settled in the tender glow of you.
Tiny distant lights. The pine needles stir once more, carrying the night's gentle message into your ears. You close your eyes again, letting every sensation, the touch of bark, the murmur of water, the sway of trees, the scent of pine, meld into a soft, continuous prayer of presence and trust. In this quiet, enveloping space, your heart rests in God's hands, calm and untroubled, ready for the gentle passage of night to carry you forward. The moon spills silver across the meadow, inviting your heart to rest. The evening has deepened and the meadow now glows in the soft, silver light of the rising moon. Each blade of grass seems to shimmer with a quiet radiance, delicate as a whispered prayer. You take a slow step forward, feeling the cool, damp earth beneath your shoes. You notice how the dew glistens in the moonlight like scattered gems. The hush of the night is complete, save for the gentle song of crickets, their rhythmic chirping blending seamlessly with the whisper of the breeze through the tall grasses. It is a night crafted by God for the heart to breathe freely, for the soul to release its burden. Walking slowly along the meadow path, you allow your senses to linger on the subtleties around you. The soft brush of a leaf against your hand, the faint scent of wild lavender carried by the wind, the distant silhouette of a tree standing sentinel at the meadow's edge. You pause to kneel beside a patch of small, delicate flowers, noticing the way their petals fold inward as if in prayer, resilient even under the soft weight of night dew. You cup one gently in your palm, letting its cool softness remind you that even in the quietest, smallest details, God's care is present and tender. A family of rabbits emerges at the far edge of the meadow, moving cautiously among the tall grass. They pause, ears twitching, eyes alert before hopping lightly into the safety of shadow. You smile softly, marveling at their gentle vigilance, and whisper a prayer for their protection, understanding that God's guardianship stretches from the smallest creature to the hearts of his children. Your own worries seem to drift a little further away with each slow breath, replaced by a gentle assurance that all things are under God's watchful eyes, and that peace, so quiet and subtle, is ever present. You sit on a low, moss-covered rock, feeling its cool firmness against your legs. Looking up, the moon casts a soft glow across the sky, revealing a scattering of stars that twinkle as in silent encouragement. You allow your mind to wander through the constellations, tracing imagined paths between the points of light, sensing the vastness of creation and the infinite care woven into every form of the universe. The moonlight reflects on your face, and it feels not just a cold illumination, but a gentle touch, as if God himself had extended a hand to reassure your heart. The breeze stirs the meadow, carrying the delicate scent of pine and wood. Nearby forest. You close your eyes and listen. The faint rustling of the trees, the whisper of grass as it bends, the distant croak of a frog near a hidden pond, all merge into a quiet symphony, a lullaby composed by the world itself. In this stillness, you notice the rhythm of your own breath, slow and deliberate, echoing the calm pulse of the night. You lift your hands slightly, fingertips brushing the top of the grass, feeling the tender life that thrives in this quiet corner of creation. The moon continues its slow arc across the sky, casting elongated shadows that sway gently across the meadow. A lone deer steps softly into view, head lowered, ears alert, moving with grace and caution. You watch, enchanted by the serenity of its movements, and in that observation you sense a reflection of God's gentle guidance, quiet, steady, unseen, yet profoundly present. Your heart swells with a soft gratitude, a warmth that spreads from your chest outward, mingling with the night air, mingling with the subtle sounds of the world settling into rest. You rise slowly and continue along the moonlit path, each step careful, deliberate, attuned to the natural rhythm of the night. The air carries the faint fragrance of evening blossoms, mingling with the earthy scent of damp soil. A cricket's song shifts slightly in tone, and a night bird calls softly from the trees. These small notes seem to affirm the gentle pulse of life, the persistent assurance that God's presence flows in every movement, in every sound, in every subtle touch of the wind. You breathe deeply, letting this understanding sink into the very marrow of your bones, filling every empty space with calm. In a low dip of the meadow, a small stream glimmers under the moonlight, its surface a mirror of silver, reflecting both the sky and the swaying branches above. You sit at its edge, letting your fingers graze the cool, flowing water, watching how it meanders over rocks and roots, bending to the contours of the land without haste or resistance. In this gentle flow, you sense the endless patience of God, the assurance that life continues, nurtured and guided, even when unseen. Your heart feels lighter, as if the stream has carried away your anxieties, leaving only a quiet, enduring hope. Fireflies begin to appear, their tiny lights blinking rhythmically in the night air. Each glimmer is a quiet marvel, a small testament to the creativity and care that God has infused into every corner of the earth. You watch them dance, imagining each light as a soft prayer, floating upward, a blessing whispered across the meadow. The night seems to pulse with a gentle energy, a peaceful communion that includes all living things, and you feel with a deep and abiding certainty that you are part of this sacred, quiet symphony. You lay down gently on a bed of soft grass, the moonlight bathing you in a silver glow. The earth beneath you is solid yet yielding, comforting in its quiet steadfastness. You close your eyes and listen. The wind rustles above, a soft chorus of leaves. The water murmurs in the distance. The occasional hoot of an owl punctuates the night's lullaby. In these sounds you find rhythm, patience, reassurance. Your heart aligns with the night's gentle pulse, and you offer a quiet prayer of thanks, of trust, of surrender, knowing that God's presence is with you, steady, enduring, unshakable. Gentle lanterns float across the quiet lake, guiding your heart to peace. The lake stretches before you, a wide expanse of glassy water reflecting the deepening sky, where twilight lingers and the first stars begin their delicate shimmer. The air is cool, carrying the faint scent of pine and damp earth, and every inhalation seems to draw serenity deeper into your lungs. Along the shore, small lanterns sway gently on the water, each one a tiny beacon of light, casting golden reflections that ripple slowly across the surface. You walk along the bank, toes sinking slightly into the soft sandy soil, and feel the world quiet around you. Even the wind seems to pause, leaving only the soft rhythm of water against the reeds and the distant call of a solitary owl. As you pause, you reach down to touch the water's edge, letting your fingers skim the surface. Tiny ripples fan outward, catching the lantern light and scattering it in gentle arcs across the lake. The sensation is delicate, almost sacred, and you think of the ways God touches our hearts in quiet, subtle ways, through a gentle word, a moment of understanding, a glimmer of hope. The lanterns, swaying and glowing, remind you of this care, steadfast and constant, illuminating even the darkest corners with tender attention. You notice a small wooden boat tied loosely to a dock, rocking softly with the water's gentle motion. Its edges are worn from years of use. The varnish faded, but still gleaming faintly under the lantern glow. Stepping closer, you run a hand along its smooth, familiar surface, and you imagine someone long ago carrying prayers across this same water, trusting in God's guidance, letting the current carry both their vessel and their heart safely onward. The thought brings warmth to your chest, a quiet assurance that your own prayers, whispered or unspoken, travel in the same gentle current, carried by God's faithful presence. A heron lifts silently from the far reeds, wings wide and graceful, gliding just above the water before settling into the shallows. Its movements are slow, deliberate, reverent, as if it too senses the sacredness of the evening. You watch it, breath held in quiet awe, and feel a mirrored stillness settle in your own body, each muscle relaxing as the heron's calm focus resonates within you. In this mirrored attention, you remember the teachings of patience and trust, that even when life's waters shift and turn, God's guidance is unwavering, a lantern in the night for every weary soul. As darkness deepens, more lanterns are set, adrift by unseen hands, each one floating serenely on the mirrored water. Their glow illuminates the gentle ripples and the occasional passing fish breaking the surface in quiet arcs. You find a smooth stone at the water's edge, pick it up and let it skip once, twice, thrice. The sound of it kissing the water is soft, transient, yet filled with presence. A simple act, yet a prayer, a conversation with the night, a touch point of divine attentiveness. Each ripple mirrors the idea that small actions carry significance, guided by a hand far wiser than our own. You settle onto a weathered bench overlooking the lake, the wood warm from the lingering touch of day. The lanterns cast their reflections over the water like liquid gold, and you allow your eyes to wander slowly from one to the next. Each flicker feels like a heartbeat, a quiet reminder that God's love reaches every part of our lives, constant and tender. You close your eyes briefly, listening to the water lapping, the leaves stirring, the night breathing all around you, feeling an almost imperceptible shift in your spirit. A burden you have carried lightly but persistently eases slightly, and in its place a gentle calm spreads. The stars above the lake grow brighter, mirrored in the water below, as if the heavens themselves have dipped into the world to offer guidance and solace. You watch a shooting star streak across the sky, and your heart lifts on its quiet arc. You whisper a prayer, not for grandeur or recognition, but for simplicity, for continued guidance, for peace in small moments, for the wisdom to notice the subtle blessings God scatters across your days. The lanterns drift closer together, their soft lights converging in the distance, and you imagine your prayers doing the same, joining with countless others in a quiet, luminous chorus before the throne of the Lord. A gentle fog begins to rise from the lake's surface, curling among the lanterns like a protective veil, softening the edges of the world. Each breath you take is cool, tinged with moisture, and fills you with the sensation of being cocooned in God's presence. The night air carries whispers of unseen life, the soft splash of a fish, the distant rustle of a small mammal, the flutter of wings as a night bird moves across the sky. You feel your body relax completely, letting go of tension and worry, allowing your thoughts to drift like the fog, light and unburdened, carried in the warmth of divine care. A family of fireflies emerges along the shoreline, their tiny lights weaving patterns through the fog and lantern glow. You watch them dance, mesmerized by their delicate luminescence. Each flicker seems a living prayer, a quiet testament to the joy and creativity of God's world. You extend a hand, imagining the fireflies' lights brushing against your fingers, a soft reminder that even the smallest things bear the mark of divine attention, the gentle rhythm of their movement in sync with the subtle rocking of the water and the sway of the lanterns becomes a lullaby for the soul, a peaceful melody that carries you further into quiet reflection. The night grows deeper, yet the lake remains a serene sanctuary. You lean back, shoulders sinking into the comfort of the bench, and watch the horizon blur softly with darkness and silver light. Your heart, once busy with the day's concerns, now moves in quiet harmony with the night, patient, calm, and trusting. You feel a sense of belonging, not just in this moment or in this place, but in the larger tapestry of creation, held gently by God's care, flowing like the lanterns across the placid lake. The moon guides your steps along the quiet garden path, each stone a reminder of gentle care. A narrow garden path winds softly beneath the gentle glow of the full moon, each stone illuminated as if by God's own hand, casting pale silver light over the low-growing flowers and moss-covered bricks. You walk slowly, allowing your feet to feel every uneven surface, mindful of each step, letting the stillness envelop you. The scent of night-blooming jasmine drifts faintly through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of damp soil, and each inhalation draws a quiet, reflective calm into your chest. Even in darkness, there is guidance, and you sense the hand of the Lord shaping your journey, just as He shapes the paths of our lives, unseen yet steady. Along the edges of the path, tiny lanterns hang from wrought iron hooks, their soft golden glow flickering against the gentle sway of the branches above. You pause to look closely at one, noticing the way the flame dances and stretches, never breaking the delicate glass that encases it. In this small movement, you are reminded that even amidst quiet, subtle flickers, there is constant presence, God's light always nearby, casting away shadows, illuminating what matters and providing comfort when the world seems uncertain. You continue along the path, brushing a hand lightly against the velvety petals of a nearby flower. Each touch feels sacred, a small connection to creation and the one who designed it. The petals are cool and soft, trembling slightly in the night breeze, and you imagine them as whispers of divine love, small but persistent, reaching even the places of your heart that feel worn or tired. You kneel briefly to examine a patch of clover, noticing a tiny dewdrop that glistens in the moonlight. The droplet reflects the stars above, a tiny mirror of the heavens, and for a moment you feel the vastness of God's presence surrounding you, a reminder that even the smallest things carry His reflection. A gentle owl glides silently overhead, wings spread wide and soundless, its eyes alert and wise. You watch it for a few moments, entranced by its quiet vigilance, and find your own breathing slowing, your body mirroring the calm steadiness of its flight. In the night garden there is a sense of sacred watchfulness, a reminder that nothing escapes God's care. Each leaf, each stone, each small creature is seen, known, and cherished. You walk on, knowing your own steps are held with the same attentive love. At the centre of the garden, a small fountain gurgles quietly, water spilling over smooth stones in gentle measured arcs. You pause to rest your hand on the cool edge of the fountain, feeling the vibration of the moving water beneath your palm. The sound is soft, rhythmic, almost like a heartbeat, and you imagine it as the pulse of God's mercy, steady and unending. Small fish swim lazily in the shallow basin, their movements creating ripples that shimmer with reflected moonlight. Watching them, you sense a lesson in patience and grace. The world unfolds slowly, gently, and we are invited to move in harmony with its rhythm. Nearby, a wooden bench invites you to sit. Its surface is worn smooth by years of use, edges softened by countless hands and bodies seeking rest. You sink onto it, letting the quiet envelop you like a warm blanket. In the distance, the rustle of the trees mingles with the gentle hum of insects, creating a lullaby of presence and peace. You close your eyes briefly, feeling the balance of the night, the soft sway of branches, the gentle movement of air, the comforting solidity of the path beneath you. In this stillness, your mind is free to rest, and your heart feels a tender connection to God, present in every whispered sound, every cool breath of night air, every flicker of light. A narrow stone bridge arches gracefully over a shallow stream at the far end of the garden. You approach slowly, guided by the moonlight on the water below, which glimmers like liquid silver. As you step onto the bridge, your footsteps make soft echoes, and you realize how each small movement, though subtle, matters in the harmony of the evening. The stream flows gently beneath, carrying tiny leaves and petals along its current, and you see in this simple motion the gentle, patient care of God, moving quietly through all things, unseen yet powerful in sustaining life and beauty. Along the way, you notice a small bird perched on a low branch, its feathers ruffled slightly by the breeze. It regards you silently, calm and unafraid, before flitting softly from branch to branch. In its presence, you sense a quiet companionship, a shared awareness of the night and the stillness it holds. The garden feels alive, not with noise or hurried activity, but with a gentle rhythm that invites contemplation, trust, and the deepening of your own inner peace. Lanterns sway gently along the final stretch of the path, their lights reflecting in puddles where recent rain has collected. You pause to look at one closely, noting the way the flame seems to dance without concern, steady and warm in its fragile glass enclosure. In this moment, you are reminded that even amid fragility and uncertainty, God's love endures, steady and illuminating, offering guidance, comfort, and the reassurance of presence. You take a deep breath, allowing the warmth of the lanterns and the soft murmur of the fountain to fill your senses, feeling your body relax further and your mind drift gently toward the rest of the night. The lanterns sway gently by the stream, casting soft reflections that mirror the quiet of your heart. The path by the stream curves softly through the garden, each step revealing a new play of light as the lanterns hanging from low branches reflect on the water's surface. The gentle sway of the lanterns makes the reflections dance slowly, like shimmering memories of kindness, each one reminding you that God's presence moves subtly, weaving through moments we often overlook. You walk slowly, your shoes brushing against soft moss, feeling the earth beneath you, each touch grounding you in the quiet beauty of creation. A cool breeze drifts across the water, carrying with it the delicate scent of evening blooms and the faint metallic tang of the stream. It brushes against your cheeks and through your hair, whispering a calming rhythm, as if nature itself is echoing God's gentle voice. You pause to watch a small cluster of leaves float past, their motion unhurried, guided by the current, teaching a quiet lesson in patience and surrender. Life moves steadily when we trust the one who guides our paths. The lanterns along the stream flicker softly, and you lean slightly closer to one, noticing the way its flame stretches and shrinks, fragile yet unwavering in its glow. Each tiny flame seems to carry the gentle reassurance of divine care, that even in our quietest moments we are seen, known and loved. The water beneath mirrors the lantern's light, scattering it in tiny glimmers across the smooth stones, reminding you that God's grace is reflected in even the simplest parts of creation. Further along you see a small wooden bench tucked beneath a willow tree, its branches cascading down almost to the surface of the stream. You take a seat, feeling the worn wood smooth and familiar beneath your hands. The willow sways lightly in the evening breeze, its long tendrils brushing the surface of the water, creating tiny ripples that carry the lantern reflections in gentle arcs. Sitting here, you're enveloped in a sense of stillness, a pause that invites your spirit to rest and listen. A pair of fireflies begin to appear, their lights flickering intermittently as they hover above the reeds at the edge of the stream. You watch them with quiet fascination, noting the way their small, deliberate movements seem to follow no pattern, yet each light contributes to the overall beauty of the night. In their gentle, sporadic glow you find a small metaphor of hope, the smallest sources of light, when trusted and allowed to shine, illuminate even the darkest places. You breathe in the night air slowly, letting the rhythm of your inhalation and exhalation match the gentle lapping of the water against the shore. A heron glides silently from one side of the stream to the other, its wings extended and steady, barely disturbing the surface below. You notice how it lands gracefully on a moss-covered stone, balancing perfectly before taking a slow, measured step forward. Observing its calm, purposeful movements, you feel a quiet kinship with the bird, as though God's instruction flows into every creature, teaching patience, grace, and trust. You feel your shoulders relax, and a gentle warmth spreads through your chest, a reassurance that your steps too are guided, and that each movement carries divine intention. The lanterns grow closer now, their light mingling with the last glow of the moon, creating a corridor of warmth along the edges of the stream. You step lightly, careful to not disturb the delicate water plants that line the banks, letting your fingers brush against their soft leaves. You pause for a moment to notice a single bloom that has opened only now in the cool night air, its petals delicate and almost translucent, glowing faintly in the lantern light. In its quiet beauty, you see a reflection of your own heart, patient, waiting, and ready to receive the gentle guidance of God. Nearby, the soft murmur of the water blends with the faint sound of crickets, their chirps forming a subtle rhythm. You take a deep breath, letting it fill your lungs slowly, feeling a weight lift from your shoulders. The rustling of leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot remind you that life is present in both sound and silence, in movement and stillness. All of it, you realize, is a quiet song of reassurance, a melody that speaks of patience, presence, and peace. As you continue along the stream, a gentle mist rises from the water, wrapping the path in a light veil, softening the edges of the world. You feel as though you are stepping into a sacred space, one that is entirely yours for this evening, held in the tender care of the one who made the stars, the water, the trees, and you. The lantern's reflections shimmer through the mist, multiplying and scattering, reminding you that even in uncertainty, light is never lost and divine love is always present. A small wooden bridge arches gently over a narrow part of the stream. As you cross it slowly, your reflection mingles with the lanterns on the water below. You see not just your form, but a larger reflection of your heart, open and resting in the night stillness. You feel a sense of completeness, as if the stream itself carries away worry and doubt, flowing steadily under the moon's glow, leaving behind only serenity and trust. The moon casts a silver glow, illuminating a quiet path where shadows dance gently among the flowers. The garden stretches before you, bathed in the gentle glow of the moon, each petal glistening with dew as though touched by a divine hand. You step lightly along the winding stone path, each footfall muted against the soft moss and fallen leaves. The air carries the faint scent of jasmine and night blooming, roses, sweet and calming, wrapping around you like a quiet embrace. In this serene moment, it feels as if the world has hushed itself, leaving only the whisper of God's presence in every flutter of leaf and glimmer of light. A soft breeze moves through the branches of ancient oaks lining the path, sending shadows flickering across the ground, as though nature itself is breathing gently, mirroring the rhythm of your own heart. You pause, placing a hand on the cool stone of a garden wall, and close your eyes, listening. Each sound, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional rustle of a small animal in the underbrush, the subtle sigh of wind across the leaves, forms a lullaby that speaks to your soul, reminding you that nothing in creation is hurried, and all is held tenderly in God's care. A small fountain appears ahead, its water spilling softly over smooth stones into a shallow basin. The liquid light sparkles in the moonlight, sending delicate reflections dancing on nearby walls and the surface of nearby flower beds. You crouch to watch a single droplet fall, rippling the water in perfect concentric circles. In that tiny movement, you sense the gentle guidance of God, each ripple spreading outward, touching every corner of your being with calm and reassurance. You take a slow, deliberate breath, and in that inhale feel the soft steadiness of divine care. Alongside the fountain, a narrow bench offers a resting place. You sit, letting your gaze drift over the garden, where petals shimmer with moonlit dew, and the vines seem to sway in quiet harmony with the breeze. A single firefly emerges, hovering in the air, its light flickering softly, a gentle reminder of hope and presence even in the quietest corners of the night. Watching it dance, you feel a deep connection to the universe and a soft echo of God's voice whispering in your heart, "I am here, always." Nearby, the rustle of a small nocturnal bird draws your attention. Its soft wings brush against the branches as it moves carefully from one perch to another. You notice the care in each movement, the deliberate attention in its small actions, and it mirrors the careful, loving attention of God in your life. Even when moments feel uncertain or heavy, each tiny, mindful motion reminds you that nothing is overlooked, that each part of your life is seen and held with intention. The path curves gently upward toward a small archway, draped in trailing ivy and moonlit blossoms. As you step beneath it, the scent of night-blooming flowers surrounds you, and you pause to run your fingers lightly along the cool leaves. The moonlight filters through the ivy, casting delicate patterns across the stones beneath your feet. You are reminded of the intricate design of life, of the care and beauty woven into each detail, of the divine presence that nurtures growth quietly, patiently, and tenderly. A soft, trickling stream runs along one side of the path, the water glinting silver under the moon. You kneel to touch it lightly, feeling the gentle chill on your fingertips. The water flows steadily, carrying with it the sense of cleansing and renewal. Each ripple seems to wash away lingering tension, every small movement reminding you that God's love flows constantly, silently, unobtrusively through every part of your life. You let your hand linger in the water a moment longer, sensing a gentle warmth radiate through your being, a quiet reassurance that all is as it should be. As you continue along the path, your steps take you past a series of small lanterns, their soft glow casting a steady, comforting light. Each lantern flickers slightly in the night breeze, a subtle dance of light and shadow that mirrors the balance of day and night, work and rest, joy and quiet reflection. You take in the scene slowly, letting your eyes trace the curves of the path, the play of light across leaves, the gentle sway of flowers in the evening wind. With each breath you feel a deepening sense of serenity, as though the night itself has been arranged to cradle your spirit. Birdsong from the earlier evening has faded, replaced by a chorus of crickets and the occasional croak of a distant frog. The rhythm of these sounds forms a gentle background, steady and reassuring, grounding you in the present moment. Each chirp, each distant croak becomes a reminder that life continues in calm cycles, that the Creator watches over each rhythm, guiding the world with quiet patience. You breathe in harmony with these sounds, feeling a soft alignment between your heartbeat and the pulse of the night around you. The path opens into a small courtyard where a solitary oak stands sentinel under the moon's silver gaze. Its branches stretch wide, creating a sheltering canopy, and beneath it, a single stone bench invites pause. You sit again, resting your hands lightly on your knees, feeling the cool stone beneath your fingers. The moonlight casts soft shadows across the courtyard, illuminating the small, carefully tended flower beds. You notice the subtle interplay of light and shadow, of fragrance and movement, and you are reminded that God's presence is found not in grand gestures alone, but in quiet, patient details. A gentle wind rises, rustling leaves and carrying with it the scent of night-blooming jasmine. You close your eyes, listening to the subtle music of the night, the water flowing in the stream, the whisper of wind through the branches, the faint murmur of distant night creatures. Each sound blends into a soft symphony, a lullaby that reaches deep into your spirit, offering reassurance that you are known, you are held, you are loved. Above, the moon has climbed higher, casting a soft silver glow across the garden. Its light is steady and calming, illuminating the way forward while inviting reflection on the steps you've taken, both in the garden and in life. You feel a gentle warmth spreading through your chest, a sensation of deep trust and quiet. Gratitude. The path before you remains calm, welcoming and safe, and you sense that God walks beside you in every moment, each step guided by divine care. The garden feels timeless in this gentle moonlight, a sacred space where shadows and light intertwine, where small movements carry significance, and where the simplest gestures, a touch of a leaf, a quiet pause, a deep breath, become prayers themselves. You linger a while longer, letting the night surround you, feeling the steady, unwavering presence of God in every leaf, every petal, every ripple of water. The last light of day drifts through the pine trees, and the forest seems to exhale a gentle sigh of peace. As dusk settles over the forest, the golden light filters through the tall pines, casting long, gentle shadows on the forest floor. Each beam seems to carry a quiet message, a soft whisper that speaks to your heart, reminding you of the constant presence of God in every corner of creation. You follow a narrow trail, feeling the cool earth beneath your feet, noticing the soft crunch of pine needles as you walk. Every step feels deliberate, unhurried, as if time itself has slowed to welcome you into this sacred evening. A light breeze stirs the branches above, and you hear the subtle rustle of pine needles like a delicate hymn carried on the wind. You pause, breathing deeply, and allow the scent of pine and damp earth to fill your lungs. In this quiet moment, you feel a soft alignment between your own heartbeat and the rhythm of the forest. Each inhalation draws in peace. Each exhalation releases tension. And in the spaces between, you sense the gentle embrace of God surrounding you, tender and unwavering. The trail curves gently beside a small brook, its waters sparkling faintly in the diminishing light. You kneel to touch the cool surface, feeling the gentle flow against your fingertips. Tiny ripples radiate outward, catching the fading light and reflecting it in subtle shifting patterns. You watch them for a while, mesmerized by the quiet elegance, and in their motion you perceive a reflection of God's care, steady, persistent, and nurturing. The water continues its journey, unhurried and faithful, just as God's presence continues through every moment of your life. A fallen log covered in soft moss invites you to rest. You sit and let your hands trail across the velvety surface, noticing the intricate textures and tiny spores scattered across the green blanket. The stillness of the forest presses gently against your senses, comforting and intimate. Somewhere nearby, an owl calls softly, its voice echoing through the trees and mingling with the distant murmur of the brook. Each sound blends seamlessly with the others, a subtle symphony of creation, harmonious and sustaining. Above, the sky deepens to a muted indigo, with the first stars beginning to pierce the dusk. The soft glimmer reminds you that even as day fades, light remains. You tilt your head upward, allowing your eyes to trace the faint constellations, and in the quiet brilliance, you feel a profound connection to the infinite, to God's vast and tender care that stretches across time and space. Each star seems a promise of steadfast presence, a reminder that even in the stillest nights, nothing is forgotten. Nearby, a small pine sapling reaches toward the sky, its fragile branches swaying slightly in the evening breeze. You kneel to touch it gently, feeling its firmness and resilience despite its size. In this simple gesture, you sense the quiet lessons of faith and patience, of God's love fostering growth in ways both visible and hidden. You allow your fingers to linger, tracing the contours of its young trunk, imagining the countless days of sunlight, rain, and care that have helped it reach this point, just as God nurtures each step of your own journey. As you rise, you notice scattered wildflowers along the forest floor, their petals catching the last hints of light. You bend to observe one closely, marveling at the delicate patterns and subtle colours that seem almost too exquisite for casual notice. You feel a gentle warmth rise in your chest, a soft reassurance that beauty and care exist in the small details, that God's touch is evident in even the most ordinary moments. With a quiet smile, you breathe in the fragrance, letting the gentle sweetness fill your senses and settle your spirit. The pine trees continue to whisper in the soft wind, their long shadows blending with the evening light to create a delicate tapestry of shadow and illumination. You walk slowly, mindful of each step, listening to the subtle symphony of nature around you. Somewhere ahead, the brook curves and disappears into the distance, its gentle babbling accompanying your thoughts. You pause to listen, letting the cadence of the water echo the steady rhythm of your heartbeat, finding a sense of stillness that feels both expansive and intimate. A small clearing opens up where the moon begins to rise, casting a silver glow over the scene. You step into the clearing, feeling the light wrap around you like a gentle embrace. The soft illumination reveals a scattering of stones and delicate wild flowers, their forms etched in quiet detail against the earth. You take a slow, steady breath, feeling gratitude rise naturally from your heart. In this space, the mingling of night and light, shadow and clarity brings a profound sense of God's presence, a silent witness to the enduring peace available in each quiet, attentive moment. In the center of the clearing, a simple wooden bench invites pause. You sit, placing your hands lightly on your knees, and let your gaze drift over the forest, now a mixture of deep shadows and silver highlights. The wind carries subtle sounds, the soft tap of a branch settling, a faint rustle of small creatures moving about, the distant call of a night bird. You allow these small details to anchor you in the present, feeling the gentle constancy of God's care in every sound, every flicker of movement, every softened shadow. The forest floor glows faintly with the reflection of moonlight on dew-laden pine needles, and the soft hum of the evening fills the space with calm assurance. You lean back slightly, closing your eyes, and feel the rhythmic pull of your breathing harmonize with the whisper of the trees. Each exhale releases tension. Each inhale brings a quiet fortitude. In this gentle communion, you sense the profound steadiness of God's love, a presence that neither hurries nor falters, a quiet guide along the path of life. A soft breeze moves through the clearing, carrying the scents of pine, wildflowers, and damp earth. You inhale deeply, feeling a warmth settle over your heart. Even as the light fades further and shadows deepen, there is no fear, only trust, only the gentle assurance that God is near, that every step taken in faith is watched over, every breath held in care. You feel your body relax completely, the tension of the day dissolving, and a quiet song rises within, a hymn of peace, simple and unwavering. The stars continue to appear one by one, their subtle light mingling with the silver glow of the rising moon. You remain seated for a while longer, letting your spirit absorb the stillness, the gentle patterns of nature, the small movements that echo God's care. You sense the continuity of life around you, the soft pulse of creation, the invisible threads of divine love weaving everything together. In this moment there is clarity, calm and profound serenity. As twilight deepens, the world seems to exhale softly, inviting your heart to rest in quiet trust. The last hues of sunset linger along the horizon, painting the sky in muted oranges and lavender greys that gradually give way to the velvety indigo of night. A hush settles over the land, broken only by the occasional sigh of a tree branch or the delicate chirp of a night bird hidden in the shadows. You walk along a familiar path, each footstep gentle, deliberate, as though acknowledging the sacredness of the fading day. The air is cool against your skin, carrying with it the faint aroma of earth and pine, and every inhale seems to draw peace directly into your lungs. Ahead, a small clearing opens, softly illuminated by the first silver glow of the rising moon. You pause at the edge, feeling a subtle alignment between the quiet rhythms of the earth and your own heartbeat. Each sound, each movement, tiny creatures rustling in the underbrush, a leaf falling to the forest floor, feels purposeful, deliberate. A testament to the intricate care with which God has ordered all creation. You kneel and gently touch the dew-soaked grass, letting the coolness seep through your fingers, grounding you in the present moment. In the simplicity of earth and sky there is no rush, no worry, only an expansive sense of calm and presence. A nearby brook murmurs softly, its waters catching the moonlight and scattering tiny glimmering reflections across the forest floor. You approach and allow your hand to graze the surface, feeling the gentle current slip through your fingers, subtle yet unceasing. The sound of water moving over stones carries a melody, steady and intimate, almost as if it is whispering a message of reassurance. You close your eyes and listen, letting each gentle ripple remind you of the constancy of God's care, the quiet power of a love that never fails, that flows steadily through every circumstance. Above, the canopy of leaves sways lightly in the breeze, creating soft shadows that dance across the mossy ground. You notice a tiny moth drifting in the silver light, its delicate wings brushing through the cool air, and you marvel at the gentle intricacy of life, the subtle ways in which each creature fulfills its role in the great tapestry of creation. This small, unassuming life, flitting about in silence, reflects the quiet diligence of God's presence, always attentive, never hurried, tending to the minutiae as much as the grand vistas. You sit on a fallen log, smooth and moss-covered, feeling its firmness beneath you. Your hands rest lightly on your knees and you take a slow, steadying breath, allowing the lingering warmth of the day to settle into your bones. The forest seems to lean in with you, each tree and stone holding space for stillness, each whispering leaf adding to a gentle chorus of assurance. In this embrace, you sense a profound steadiness, a truth that surpasses understanding. God's presence is unwavering, present in each moment, in the simplest gestures of attention and care. Tiny fireflies begin to emerge, their luminescent bodies flickering in the darkness like soft candle flames scattered across the earth. You watch them, mesmerized by their gentle rhythm, and a sense of wonder rises in your heart. Each light is small, yet significant, and in their dance you perceive a quiet reflection of your own journey. Even in the dark, small sparks of grace illuminate the path. You lean back slightly, closing your eyes, feeling these sparks mingle with the warmth rising from within, and sense a deep, soothing trust settling over your spirit. The moon climbs higher, casting a silver glow over the landscape, and the shadows stretch and shift in peaceful rhythm. Somewhere in the distance an owl calls softly, its voice echoing through the night. The sound feels comforting rather than startling, a gentle reminder of watchfulness, guidance, and wisdom. You imagine this owl as a sentinel of God's care, observing, protecting, and accompanying you as you continue along your path. Each note, each pause between calls, blends seamlessly with the subtle murmur of the brook and the rustling of leaves, forming a lullaby composed by nature itself. A small cluster of wildflowers near the log catches your attention. Even in the dim light, their petals display intricate patterns and subtle hues that seem almost impossible to notice in the rush of the day. You reach out, brushing your fingers lightly over the blooms, marveling at the delicate textures and the quiet resilience they exhibit. In these small, tender forms, you sense the reflection of God's care for all creation, intimate, detailed, sustaining life in ways both visible and hidden. The act of touching, observing, and breathing in their scent feels like a silent prayer, a gentle acknowledgement of presence, gratitude, and trust. The cool breeze stirs again, carrying with it the mingled scents of earth, pine, and moisture. You breathe deeply, feeling the air fill your chest and settle into your core. The tension of the day, the lingering worries, the faint hum of fatigue, all are absorbed into the softness of the night. You feel as if each inhalation draws in God's assurance, and each exhalation releases concern, leaving your spirit light, steady, and open. You sense the invisible thread that has connected every moment of your day to this evening's peace, a continuum of care that neither hurries nor falters, but flows unwaveringly. The stars appear one by one, their soft points of light twinkling gently against the deepening indigo sky. You tilt your head upward, letting your gaze wander across the infinite expanse, and you feel a quiet awe, a humble recognition of the vastness of God's creation. Even in the stillness of the forest, the unseen movements of distant galaxies remind you of a presence both immense and intimate, capable of attending to the smallest details and the grandest schemes alike. A gentle warmth rises in your chest, a quiet gratitude for being held, for being seen, for being cherished beyond measure. You rise slowly from the log and continue along the soft path, each step measured, deliberate, guided by the subtle illumination of moonlight on the ground. The night deepens around you, yet you feel no fear, only trust, comfort and serenity. Every shadow, every gentle movement of air, every tiny whisper of creature or leaf becomes a note in the symphony of care that surrounds you. You walk without hurry, allowing your thoughts to align with the gentle pulse of creation, feeling a quiet joy in the simplicity of being, of noticing, of trusting. As you reach a gentle rise overlooking the small valley, the view opens fully to the night sky, the moonlight reflecting on the still waters of a distant pond. The forest exhales once more, and you feel the same exhalation within yourself, a release of all that is unneeded, a settling into the rhythm of divine presence. You kneel briefly, placing your hands on the cool earth, and offer a silent prayer, a gentle acknowledgement of the steady, patient and unending care that has accompanied you to this place. The moon arcs higher, bathing the valley in a soft silver glow, and the stars punctuate the night with quiet luminescence. The gentle rustling of leaves, the murmuring brook, and the distant call of an owl converge into a subtle, harmonious lullaby. You take a final, deep breath, feeling the warmth of faith and trust settle fully into your chest. The forest, the night, the quiet life of creatures around you, all bear witness to the constancy of God's love, a presence that neither falters nor fades. Beneath the twilight sky, cradled by the whispers of trees and the shimmer of moonlight, your spirit rests fully in God's gentle embrace, calm, safe, and ready for a deep, peaceful sleep.